governorship seat of Enugu State. Enugu State being the capital of the southeastern region and by extension Igbo nation and other Igbo-speaking states were known to be losing billions of naira every Monday due to sit at home. Ladies and gentlemen, the man in question, upon his arrival and swearing in as the governor, stopped the popular sit at home without any issue. "260 wards of Enugu State, 260 smart schools, because he's of its kind of a state asphalt plant, the first of its kind of a state tractor assembling plant, the first of its kind of CNG vehicle, the first of its kind of Enugu Air. Almost bringing into completion the prestigious presidential hotel and constructing the 5,000 capacity international conference center where you are rightly seated. Focusing his leadership on security, education, health, infrastructure, economic growth, transportation, and tourism. Hence, several celebrities in Nigeria are looking forward to visiting Enugu Lion Building. Ladies and gentlemen, without wasting your time, let me introduce the man who is growing Enugu from 4 billion GDP dollar to 30 billion GDP dollar. The only governor who communicates with his followers on social media, making him a governor that is socially and technically inclined. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency, Dr. Peter Ndubesimba. Can I hear you say, our tomorrow? I didn't hear you, our tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, when your governor is doing well, you will always be proud of him. Now we are here on a corporate business because the governor is very much intentional about our youth to be taking class. Technology recently rules the world. Now we are in jet stage. Your Excellency, sir, before your arrival, we have two honorable ministers who have deemed it necessary to be part of this event. Good enough, even if I don't call their names, you know their names and are seated beside you. But for formality's sake, I will call their names because today's event has nexus with their office. I'm talking about the Officer for Digital Communication. No other person but HM Tijani Olatuosho. Thank you. Thank you. Please, all watch the stage. Always watch the stage. Please. Thank you. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports is also here with us. If you're a youth, put your hands together for him. Your Excellency, on this note, before I call on the man whose office is putting up this event, let me recognize Your Excellency, the Speaker, Enugu State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Uchenna Ugo. Now, ladies and gentlemen, calling on the brain behind this to make his opening speech is a commissioner appointed based on merits and technocratic experience. He graduated from the University of Rivers State, reading marine engineering. Later proceeded to Enugu State University of Science and Technology with engineering management, the same school he badged his PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, he is a fellow of the Nigerian Society of Engineers and also a fellow of Real Estate, Communication and Contractors Association of Nigeria. A good man who is doing it well. The brain behind Enugu Tech Festival, Honorable Engineer Prince Lawrence Eze, PhD. Please continue clapping for him. He's done well. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, Dr. Peter Ndubisimba, the Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, Dr. Tijani Bosun, the Honorable Minister for Youth Development, Minister Ayo Dele Olawande, every other protocol duly observed. My speech on this wonderful median event of Enugu Tech Festival, of which after this there will be numerous other ones because it's going to be an annual event. There are moments in the history when a city, a state, or a nation reaches a turning point. A decision to either hold on to the past or step boldly into their future. Enugu has made its choice. For decades, our identity was built on coal, a resource that powered the Western world and Nigeria's industrial rise. But today, we stand in a different kind of power, the power of knowledge, innovation, and technology. The power that will define the next century, not just for our state, but for Africa. We are not here today to celebrate what Enugu used to be. We are here to unveil what Enugu has become. A rising force in Nigeria's tech-driven future, a beacon of innovation, and a place where intellectual capital, digital enterprise, and bold vision are creating an economy of endless possibilities. The 2025 Enugu Tech Festival is the culmination of 2 years of strategic investment, deliberate action, and an unwavering commitment to technology-led transformation. It is not just an event. It is a proof of what happens when vision meets execution. Under the leadership of His Excellency, Dr. Peter Ndubisimba, Enugu has taken the bold step of redefining itself for the digital age. And in 2 short years, we have made strides that are impossible to ignore. We have trained thousands of software developers, AI specialists, and cybersecurity experts, ensuring our youth are equipped with world-class skills. Our startups are attracting global venture capital, securing multi-billion-dollar investments and earning international recognition. Our digital infrastructure expansion has connected businesses, schools, and government institutions, creating an ecosystem of seamless technology adoption. We revolutionized land administration with the Enugu Geographic Information System, GIS, bringing efficiency, transparency, and security to urban planning. We have built innovation hubs, launched accelerator programs, and created a thriving technology economy where young entrepreneurs can grow and succeed. This transformation is not accidental. It is a result of careful planning, strategic investment, and an unshakable belief that technology is the foundation of tomorrow's economy. This week, Enugu is hosting the biggest minds in technology, investment, and policy, creating the perfect environment for connection, collaboration, and innovation. The investment deal room will bring startups face to face with global investors, unlocking funding that will take ideas from concept to reality. Immersive coding workshops will shape the skills of the next generation of developers and investors. A national tech exhibition will highlight groundbreaking solutions from across Nigeria. Industry leaders such as Leo Stan Eke, Professor Barton Naji, Obi Kubana, Harry Tom Davis will share insights that challenge, inspire, and energize. This is not just another tech event. It is a turning moment for the future of Nigeria innovation. Closing, a call to action. Now, let's be very clear. Enugu is not playing catch-up. Enugu is setting the pace. We are not watching from sidelines. We are building the future right here. And if anyone still thinks that Enugu's innovation story will only be told in one part of the country, let this be a moment of clarity. So here is the challenge. Developers, entrepreneurs, investors, policymakers, dreamers, please step forward, engage, build, innovate, and make history. Because when we say call to code, we mean zero excuses, all but execution. When we say tomorrow is here, we mean the future is already unfolding before us. When we say Enugu is ready, we mean pull up or get left behind. This is not just a conference, it is a movement. So let's make history, sign deals, innovate, build the legacy that future generations will celebrate. Thank you and welcome to the future, built right here in Enugu. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Commissioner. Standing on the existing protocol, Your Excellencies, may I have your privilege and honor to invite to the mic for his keynote address, the Honorable Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, Bosan Tijani. Let's appreciate him as he comes. The Honorable Minister has requested for citizenship of Enugu State. Put your hands together for him.
Hello.
Good morning, Enugu. Yes, I was expecting that, but we'll come back to it. Your Excellency, my governor, I'm claiming the citizenship. Huh? I'm not waiting for it. Governor Pitamba, it's such a pleasure to be back here today. I've been asked to stay on existing protocol, but permit me to use a very special prince, a commissioner that is working wonders, as a point of contact to every government officials in the room today. Distinguished guests, it is a pleasure for me to be here. And I'm going to start by saying this. For everyone in the room, pay attention. If you've never been to a conference on technology in Nigeria that is this big, let's give a roaring round of applause to Enugu. If you've never been, we shouldn't stop. Let's do it again. You see, I founded the first technology hub in Nigeria, the very first one. So I know a thing or two about when technology people gather. And I can assure you that today you're part of history. Forget the fact that the AC is not cooling. You should actually forget about it. You're part of history because we've never seen anything this big in Nigeria before. This is my second time of visiting Enugu in 3 months. And each time I'm inspired and I can feel that the future is rising. There's something powerful about your state. The energy, the ambition, and the possibilities. Just 2 years ago, only a few people could have imagined this kind of momentum. But today, Enugu has not only imagined it, Enugu is building it. And it is on this note that I would like to encourage everyone in the room to please rise, but the governor. So the governor should stay seated, Your Excellency. And I want you to join me to honor a man whose leadership is writing what's possible in public service. His Excellency, Governor Peter Umba. Thank you for showing the way. Thank you. Please, you can be seated. Your Excellency, in under 2 years, your commitment to making innovation, technology, and empathy the backbone of Enugu's growth has moved from policy to progress. We've seen investment in digital infrastructure, in the innovation ecosystem of the state and the region. I was wowed by investment in smart governance. I had the privilege of visiting the State Command Center. And I have to say what you've built is worthy of commendation. And most importantly, the investment in the people of your state. Your Excellency, this is what visionary leadership looks like. Not just talking about the future, but making it visible. And to all of us, what's happening today in Enugu is part of something bigger. We are witnessing a generation rise. Not one where people complain and protest, but one where creativity is used to shape the future. Not just with passion, but with precision. With over 70% of our people under the age of 30, you can see the room. We own the future and we own this country. A round of applause for every young person in the room today. With this demography, technology is not just a sector, it's a second language. It is the most natural expression of our potential. This is why, through the work we're doing at the Federal Ministry of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy, for instance, the work we're doing, investing in 90,000 kilometers of fiber optic network, to what we're doing, launching Nigeria's AI strategy and training 3 million technical talent. If you're a 3MTT person, let me hear you. We recognize that the future of digital in Nigeria will not only be built in Abuja, but it will be co-created across all states. And Enugu is showing how this should and will be done. To the young innovators in the room today, those who are coding after classes, those building after work, those dreaming between jobs, we see you. You're not just waiting for permission, you're creating the kind of Nigeria the world will pay attention to. And if you think I'm just here to encourage you, you need to think again. So I'm going to encourage us all to do something. Let's close our eyes, if you can. If you have the luxury of being able to close your eyes, please shut your eyes for a second. I want you, Mr. Governor, I think you should shut your eyes as well. I'm Minister. I want you all to imagine a city. Please imagine. Shut your eyes and imagine. Imagine a city where teenagers are building drones from scratch in public schools. Just imagine. If you don't shut your eyes, you may not be able to see it. Only the governor can see it because we know you have the vision. Imagine a city where artificial intelligence lab sit next to cassava farm. Just imagine. You see a farm, then you see an AI lab. Imagine a city where global investors fly in not just for coal, but for code. You can open your eyes now. If you think you're dreaming, you're not. You're in Enugu. With Governor Umba's investment in smart schools, in digital governance, and infrastructure, with Nigerian government's investment in fiber, in training talent, with policies such as the Digital Economy Bill and our AI strategy, we are firmly on the path to this new world. So please don't stop dreaming. Let's dream together boldly. I want you to continue to imagine an Enugu where children in public schools are not just consuming technology, but creating it. I want you all to continue to imagine a future where the next unicorn startups doesn't have to relocate to London or Lagos, but scale from Enugu. I want you all to continue to imagine a local government that has access to fiber-based broadband, and innovation hubs are now common as football field. This is not fantasy. It is unfolding. It may be slow, but surely. And because of all of you, it is becoming our reality in Nigeria. I'll remind you once again that progress is not automatic, and it needs all of us. It needs the government to continue to be brave. It needs the private sector to invest deeper. It needs mentors, builders, teachers, and it needs believers. So I ask you, what role will you play, whether you're young or old? Will you build the tools that connect rural farmers to market? Will you teach a child how to code? Will you back the next startup coming out of Enugu? The story of Nigeria's tech revolution cannot be told without Enugu in it. And it cannot be written without your fingertips and your fingerprint. Let me close with the words of one of our greats, Chinua Achebe, that says the future is not a gift, but an achievement. What Enugu is achieving today is a proof that with vision, leadership, people power, we can create a future that doesn't just belong to us, but one that is built by all of us. Thank you, each one of you, for being here. God bless Enugu State. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you. You can do better than that for the Honorable Minister. Yeah. With a great privilege and honor, permit me to invite the man of the moment, His Excellency, the Governor of Enugu State, for his address and to declare this tech hub open.
Check.
Mr. Minister, the pupils of Smart School will have started building power banks, and they will soon do the drone. You can do better for His Excellency as he takes the stage.
Thank you. Please sit down. Sit down. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister, for those generous and kind words. We are profoundly indebted to you. The Honorable Minister of Communications, Innovation, and Digital Economy, Minister Bosun Tijani, the Honorable Minister of Youth,
development. We also have in our midst the Speaker of Enugu State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Uchenna Ugu. We have the former Minister of Power, Professor Bat Naji, and his amiable wife. I can see quite a lot of esteemed guests and dignitaries that are here, captains of industry. We have the Group Managing Director of Zynos Technology, Leo Stan Eke. Welcome you to your homeland, Enugu. We have the MD of Tennessee, Kingsley Eze. Also, welcome to your homeland. And please, I would also want to acknowledge and recognize everyone that is here and adopt the protocol that has already been established, but not without recognizing our great youth. Youth! 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 The Honorable Minister, I am very delighted to welcome you again to Enugu, and let me just assure you that you are not only going to be conferred with the sonship of this state, but we're also going to ensure that we implant you here in Enugu State. Just some few weeks ago, you were here again on an official visit. This really underscores your commitment to diversifying the national economy and your dedication to ensuring that we migrate to a knowledge-based economy, the digital economy. I also want to welcome everybody who is here today to this unique occasion, a unique event that is dedicated to harnessing the potential of ICT. And I think, for me, the best point to start is talking about our tagline, "Tomorrow is here," right? During our campaign for office, we set out a blueprint for Enugu that are based on 3 critical factors. One was to grow the economy exponentially, grow it from $4.4 billion to $30 billion in 8 years. That's a 7-fold growth, and that's a CAGR of 27%, a cumulated annual growth rate of 27%. That hasn't happened before. And I'll come back to why this is important. And then the second was to make Enugu #1 destination for business, living, and tourism. And then the third, of course, is to eradicate poverty, to achieve a 0% rate in our poverty headcount index. Okay, so none of those was consistent with any data or any trend analysis. If you were to look at the growth trend, you will not understand how an economy that had largely grown perhaps at a marginal rate, maybe 2%, and suddenly you're talking about a 27% growth. So it didn't quite add up. But then we kept making reference to tomorrow is here. And in one of my engagements with the young people, I asked them, no, this was an engagement I wanted to unpack this notion, this idea of tomorrow is here. And let me also, I can see quite a number of us fanning. Let me say that the auditorium where we are today, sometimes you would carry out your dry runs and it would show that everything is fine. But when you actually engage in reality, you find out that there's still some work that we need to fix. So I also want to apologize. The next time you're here, I assure you you're going to be wearing a sweatshirt. So we asked the young people to help us unpack this whole idea of tomorrow is here. Now for us, we asked them to stretch their imagination as the Honorable Minister had asked us to do this morning. Just close your eyes and imagine the Enugu state you want to wake up into 4 years from now. Just stretch it. Would I say that I was somewhat disappointed that the discussion we had after I had challenged the young ones to stretch their imagination and tell me the Enugu state they wanted to wake up into. The talk was a lot more on mundanity, which was a bit sad. But I could understand the trauma because we were also dealing with young people who have, over the years, come to expect the barest minimum from their leaders. So it was okay for them to wake up 4 years, turn on their tap, and the water is running, drive on a paved road, push your switch, and the electricity is coming on. So those were the mundane things that our young people felt was important because, of course, they didn't quite have it. So at the minimum, they needed those things. But I was thinking a lot beyond those mundanities. I was thinking about if we were going to grow an economy at the rate we have proposed, it means that we needed to do things differently. And we needed to invoke technology to help us to be able to actualize that. Otherwise, how else? So tomorrow is here speaks to the immediacy of our actions. It means that we do not have room to procrastinate. We have to get done today what needs to be done. We cannot push for tomorrow what we could accomplish today. And then the second thing tomorrow is here speaks to is also the fact that the tomorrow we aspire to live in or we want to achieve, the things we want to achieve, are within our grasp only to the extent that we innovate, right? So that means that we would have to do what? Innovate, and we have to essentially deploy technology in order for us to grow exponentially, in order for us to do things differently. And so, which is why this Enugu Tech Festival, it's quite apt. You couldn't have found a better city to host this festival. So I want to commend the organizer, the Honorable Commissioner for Science, Technology and Innovation, Enugu State, for the spirit and the insight that bettered this brilliant initiative. And as you have already heard from him, it is hoped that this is just the maiden's edition and that this is a program, a conference that is going to be held annually. The truth is that technology is at the epicenter of what we do, and there is just no way we can grow or become anything relevant without it. And it's also responsible for why we gave ourselves that enormous goal, the humongous goals that we have committed to the people of Enugu State. Even if you look at our growth trajectory in the last 2 years, I mean, we came in, we had an internally generated revenue of 25 billion naira. This year, our projected internally generated revenue is going to be over 560 billion. And how are you able to achieve that without technology? It was through the help of technology that we're able to plug all the leakages. We ensure that we capture all our revenues accurately and that payments are made through an e-platform. We no longer have to accept cash. And so just locking those leakages meant that we saw a huge shock. Our revenue shot up, tremendously. So again, it was also as a result of technology that we're able to essentially operate in a more efficient manner. We're able to get things done quickly. If you look at the fact that we have migrated our operation to e-governance platforms, so things get done very quickly. Technology, again, what the Honorable Commissioner has alluded to, has helped us to also fast-track our processes in terms of our land administration and management. You're now able to apply and obtain your title document within 72 hours. These are all powers of technology. And then again, let's even take it away, because this idea of technology and the power of technology and what we can accomplish by deploying technology and innovation is something that I want the youths to be very mindful of. Because if you look at the world and the way things have gone on in the world, you see that we're no longer at an era where your pipeline activity is what is holding sway in the world today. We're talking about an era where people just sit down with great ideas, create platform where they begin to essentially benefit from the upside of that platform. And the examples are replete. I mean, we have the case of the ones that we're familiar with. We have the Uber that came and did what? Disrupted the city taxis without owning a key. But today, they provide by far the largest traffic in terms of movement just by creating a platform. So if you look at all the main city taxis or or car rental companies, their valuation is not even a fraction of Uber. You can also extend that to Airbnb without owning a key, just by creating a platform. These guys have disrupted the businesses of those who own several brick and mortar assets. And just by doing what? Without owning a key, today by far they provide the largest, they have more rooms to offer than any of your Marriott, Hilton, and all of others put together. You can even extend that to the one that has just happened. Tesla. The reason you have Tesla having or hitting over $1 trillion valuation today is largely because Tesla is valued as a tech company, which is why if you put the valuation of automobile companies like Mercedes, Volkswagen, GM, if you put them together, they are not up to the valuation of Tesla. That's again because of the power of technology. These other companies are valued as automobiles. Tesla is valued as a tech company. So we can see what just embracing technology can do, and to show that that is essentially where the future is. And as young people, this is possible. We're expanding our training, our digital training to cybersecurity, e-commerce, and today you no longer need to worry about your market analysis, talking about your market size and your market segment, because you have the entire world market in your palm, in your fingertip, just by creating e-commerce. And then again, we could go on and on to talk about the impact of technology in our lives. For us as government, we recognize that, and which is why we're investing hugely in education, and not just building a smart green school brick and mortar. That is not the idea for us. It is what each smart school features, which is largely technology. You have a smart school that features a robotic lab, an AI lab, an artificial intelligence lab, a mechatronic lab, a CGI studios. And, the kids are able to be exposed. We're able to expose these young ones from age 6, from elementary 1, to these labs and to this technology language. And the hope for us is 10, 15 years from now, we're going to be able to produce young people that are employable. And for you that are already at this age, you're trainable. Because all you need to do is embrace what? Technology. And then get those core trainings that we are offering. The Ministry of Communication, Innovation, and Digital Economy is equally providing. So I am not going to keep us here for long because I can see that we're all sweating. But let me say that this is a great idea. Coal to code is one that I also welcome. Enugu has a rich history as a city that gained preeminence over 115 years ago, when a vast quantities of coal was discovered here. 115 years after, we're also leading the way. We want to make here that destination for innovation, that destination for technology. And so we welcome you all to Enugu, and I want to also say that we are going to be collaborating with those great ideas you have, those startups. As you may already know, we're constructing quite a number of common facility centers. We have an innovation and incubation center that is being built now. We already have some that are existing, where you can essentially come and explore your full potential. So I charge you to embrace technology, and for us to know that the tomorrow we are aspiring to have is within our grasp, just to the extent that we do what? Innovate. On this note, it is my pleasure to declare this Enugu Tech Festival open. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please keep standing. Okay. Please put your hands together for His Excellency once again. Cultural display. Get ready. Cultural display. Get ready. The cultural team, just 5 minutes. Cultural display. Just 5 minutes late. Alex Obodo. Ladies and gentlemen, that was a wonderful one from the Enugu State Cultural Troupe. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we had to breach some protocols for some reasons, but now let us make recognition of some of our distinguished guests. To be working with me is an OAP and a presenter of the Eagle's Eye on Afia TV. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Alex Obodo.
Thank you. It's actually Eastern Eye because we're in the Southeast. Thank you so much. I feel over the moon to be here. It looks like I was born to be here. You know, this place has been turned from a place that used to be a dark spot. It has become the spotlight. Please put your hands together for the governor. So Enugu has a long history. So something historic is always opening up in the city, and we're all delighted. Never mind that the temperature isn't quite pleasurable, but I think that we'll take advantage of this moment to pick up whatever thing we have on the ground and run as fast as we can for success. By the way, Afia TV is here, transmitting live. Shout out to Afia TV, channel 254 on DSTV.
Thank you, Mr. Alex. We maintained gender balance, and as a result of that, we have two female masters of ceremony who will be joining us at the right time. One has already climbed the stage for the introductory section, and that is the convener of Key Edge Africa, Faith Onyekwere. Please, can you stand up? Beside her is another female anchor, the public relations officer to the office of the Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Nigeria Enugu campus, Lady Choice. Ladies and gentlemen, in our midst are some local government chairmen, some commissioners, and some other political office holders, captains of industry, and so on and so forth. Before I call on the youthful minister to mount the podium to talk to us, let me specially recognize the man we call the father of robotics, former Minister of Power, Federal Republic of Nigeria, the founder of Robotics Computer. Ladies and gentlemen, President Geometrics Power Plants, a proud son of Igbo land with his wife, Professor Bath Naje.
You're welcome, sir.
At the same time, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Commissioner for Land, Enugu State, Barrister Chima Okorie. The Honorable Commissioner for Gender, Children and Social Development, Honorable Mrs. Ngozi Eni. Honorable Commissioner for Special Duties, Honorable Emeka Jogo. Executive Chairman, Enugu East Local Government, the only chairman who is a pastor, Pastor Beloved Anike.
The only beloved chairman, Mayor of the East, you're welcome.
The chairman of Enugu North Local Government, Barrister Iben Akwono. Honorable Commissioner for Water Resources, Honorable Nnamani. Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Trade and Investments, Honorable Adora Chuku. Director of IMT. My alma mater, Professor G. Obu. Please appreciate him. I have a special dignitary in our midst from the United States of America, the U.S. Consul General to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and by extension, a son of Igbo land. I'm talking about His Excellency, Mr. Mike Irvin.
Thank you. Dr. Mike Irvin, you're welcome. Political and Economic Chief, U.S. Consulate. You're welcome. Good to see you again.
In due time, I will recognize our captains of industry and billionaire tech enthusiasts. Meanwhile, let me call upon the stage one of the youngest ministers in Africa, the Honorable Minister for Youth Development, Comrade Ayodele Olawande. If you know the meaning of Ayodele, you will clap more.
Good. I was in morning or afternoon. Sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. I want to stand on all existing protocol, but congratulate the Commissioner for Digital Economy, Innovation and Economy. I don't know how you call it here, but the Commissioner, the doing commission that is doing the work for the young people of Enugu. I celebrate a brother, an ally, whatever you think it is, that it is to me personally, the Honorable Minister of Digital Economy and everything that you want to add that is inside this hall, even the sweat and everything. It is part of technology. Let me stand on existing protocols, the commissioners and every government officials that are here. But again, to the youth of Enugu, Undewo, I think this is the first of its kind in this country as the youngest minister ever since 1999, when democracy is being funded. To stand in a large, wonderful young people of Enugu, probably, as you said, of this country and Africa, because I don't think we've had this gathering before, so far, as a Nigerian youth. Correct, it is Enugu Tech Festival, but for me, this is the largest youth festival in Nigeria. And I'm not supposed I'm not surprised it's happening in Enugu. This is the highest gathering from up to middle to bottom to everything. I think again and again, I said we are proud of you, we are proud of His Excellency the Governor of the state. Distinguished guests, innovators, and our vibrant youth. I'm happy to be here at the heart of Enugu, the city that knows for its coal, but also now for the new impactful way to code the coal and transform the transformer. The theme of this event is simple, and it's what everybody has been talking about. And I have no doubt that even all over the world, wherever you see any motivational speaker talking, or people, we in government, outside government, private sector driven, and everybody, it is no more a statement again, it's a slogan that the youth are the 70% of the population of a country. I'm happy to join the federal government, the government of Enugu, to drive the solution towards the promising of a digital future and the future that is here now. Standing before you tells you critically, straightforward, that the future is now and the future is here. If I am a minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, driving in innovation technology with partnership with the ministries of technologies and innovation, my brother, Dr. Bosun Tijani, it is compulsory that we do everything possible to promote digital knowledge, the skills for the young people, and the need for them to work differently so that we can think outside the box. Our youth need to give the new skills to be able to have a gainful employment and to live a productive life. And that is why it is open that the 3MTT, it is functioning and the first kind in this country. And as a Ministry of Youth Development, we are partnering with every organizations, development partners, and everybody to also make sure that what we call One Youth, Two Skills, the partnership with NICTA under Ministry of Innovation, Science, and Technology, the partnership with other agencies, NYIC, we are saying very soon, the governor have assured me that the One Youth, Two Skills mantra of the Nigerian Youth Academy will also be launched in Enugu. With the target of 95% digital literacy, 2023 already has set up the federal government, we must recognize that we can only achieve the vision through strong strategy, commitment, and partnership. This government of a Renew Hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is doing it in another dimension. And that is why you see us here. It is not about politics. It is not about personality. It's about the people and the people's first. And we're here as a government to collaborate, to connect with the grassroots. Our youth are ready to learn. Our youth are the foundation of everything. Our youth are the effective partnership for the technology we want. Our youth are the doers. They are the learners. They are the empowers of themselves and the greater. What they need from we, the government, is to support them, is to empower them, and is to protect them. This Enugu historical gathering of the first of its kind and a state of coal is use the power of coal to transform the power of technology. This generation, it stands fast, acknowledge, and said we are ready to partner and to create a solution that drives the tech revolution. The government of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is committed to create the first environment through policy, training, funding, and mentorship to support the young Nigerians to deliver in sustainable progress in tech space. I urge all of you to be with us, support us, pray for us. We are for you. We will always stand behind you, and we always let you know that this country belongs to all of us. Let us continue to support the digital process from the natural resources and the human capital, from the code of codes, and because of the future of Nigeria is not blind anymore. It is open, and the ground is running. I thank the Enugu State Governor, the doing governor. I thank everybody present and the commissioner. And I say, God bless you. God bless the youth of Enugu. God bless the youth of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And God bless the ministers and the commissioners here that makes this happen. Again, I said, Ndewo, thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Very many thanks to you, Comrade Ayodele Olawande, Minister of Youth Development. Thank you.
Mr. Lex Bodo.
Yes.
Now we go into the business
Absolutely.
of tech.
Without wasting much of your time, I would like to invite from the U.S. Consulate here in the country, Dr. Mike Irvin, the political and economic chief of the U.S. Consulate. As you will have known, the U.S. Consulate are always in partnership with institutions that are making giant strides in tech and in different fields of endeavor. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way up here.
Welcome, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon. I am overwhelmed by this place, by this energy, by this moment. Thank you so much to Commissioner Eze for the invitation to be here. I see the minister is getting ready to go, so I want to say thank you to Minister Tijani as well for your partnership. I'll share some things with this group about our partnership. Thank you, Minister. It is such an honor to be here at this inaugural Enugu Tech Festival. The energy here is truly inspiring, and I extend my sincere appreciation also to Governor Umba, who has departed the scene already, and also to the Honorable Minister of Youth, Ayodele Olawande, as well for your presence. To the people, and especially to the youth of Enugu, though, a city steeped in rich history, I bring greetings and best wishes from the U.S. Mission, from Ambassador Mills, from the Embassy and the Consulate where I work in Lagos. For generations, Enugu has been synonymous with the Coal City slogan, a testament to the industrious spirit that fueled Nigeria's progress. And today we stand at a pivotal moment, a threshold of transformation, brilliantly encapsulated by the theme of this festival, Coal to Code. This theme signifies Enugu's bold strides, moving from traditional industry to a future powered by the limitless potential of technology and innovation. It speaks to the adaptability, resilience, and forward-thinking spirit of this country as it embraces a new era of digital opportunity. Enugu stands at a dawn of a tech revolution fueled by the ingenuity and dynamism of its people. A vibrant startup ecosystem is taking root here, positioning Enugu as a rising star in Nigeria's tech landscape, currently ranking among the top 5 states for tech innovation. A round of applause for all the innovators out here. This burgeoning community, comprising over 100 startups and thousands of tech professionals, signals a powerful shift towards a digital future. And this transformation is not happening in isolation. The Enugu state government, the federal government, providing strong commitments to fostering this technological advancement through strategic initiatives. This digital revolution is also a potent engine for job creation, offering meaningful employment opportunities, particularly for the region's vibrant youth population. And I think the ambitious goals of this ETF to increase tech-driven employment significantly and train thousands of youths in tech-related jobs within the next year underscores that potential. The governor's significant investments in smart schools demonstrates a clear vision for enhancing the quality of education and preparing students for the demands of the digital age. And federal government programs like the 3MTT that we see so much evidence of in this room, with its focus on training fellows in Enugu and around the country, further solidify this commitment to developing a skilled tech workforce. And it's in this context that I want to talk about how the United States government is so proud to be a partner in Nigeria's technological journey. We recognize the immense potential within Enugu and across the country. Our focus on ensuring a safer, stronger, and more prosperous America translates into initiatives that bolster our own technological capabilities while also seeking partnerships that promote stability and economic growth globally, recognizing that a secure and thriving world benefits all of us. This commitment to mutual prosperity is a cornerstone of our engagement here in Nigeria, and I want to talk a little bit about ways we do that. The role of the U.S. tech giants in Nigeria's digital transformation through investments in infrastructure and training creates an ecosystem where Nigerian SMEs can thrive in the digital age. And the flow of U.S. venture capital into Nigerian tech startups, accounting for approximately 60% of the total despite some regionally declining trends, highlights the immense potential and innovation we see in Nigeria's small businesses. This commitment to fostering technological advancement at the grassroots level is crucial for long-term sustainable growth. Our American spaces, such as the American Corner, located here in Enugu, serve as an invaluable community center, providing access to technology, promoting U.S. higher education, and fostering cultural exchange. The Enugu American Corner offers a range of programs designed to empower young people, develop their ideas, enhance their leadership, and their entrepreneurial skills. The U.S. government also supports Nigerian-owned enterprises and entrepreneurs, including those in Enugu, such as Greenidge Technologies, exemplifying the very finest of local innovation. Our Academy for Women Entrepreneurs, a national program that has helped 890 entrepreneurs stand up businesses, a number that we are looking to grow this year to 1,000, just last month had 18 of its graduates travel to the United States to build contacts and relationships to help grow their businesses, a point that was reiterated just last week in Lagos at the very successful Science of Trade conference. And of course, there's the U.S. tech giants, such as Microsoft, Cisco, Amazon Web Services, Google, Equinix, and many others who are actively investing in Nigeria's digital transformation, contributing to the development of digital infrastructure, providing training opportunities for young people. And I think everyone here could agree that these companies represent the very tip of the spear of the global tech talent. And that these companies that really truly represent American excellence better than any other, in any other way, want and need to be here in Nigeria and in Enugu should tell you something about Nigeria's importance globally. For the last 2 years, the United States and Nigeria have taken our bilateral tech partnership to new heights. In January 2024, our then Secretary of State visited Abuja and Lagos with a message of partnership that he summarized simply as, "Africa has shaped our past, it is shaping our present, and it will shape our future." Then in April, we held a U.S.-Nigeria Binational Commission in Abuja, co-chaired by the Nigerian Foreign Minister, by our Deputy Secretary of State, where 10 senior U.S. representatives discussed a wide range of bilateral and regional issues with Nigerian counterparts, civil society, and private sector representatives. This included a standalone tech conversation that brought together government and private sector actors to identify lines of effort that continued the upward trajectory in our bilateral tech partnership. All of these efforts culminated in September and January. September with the Global AI Conference that we co-hosted with Minister Tijani and his team in Lagos, when we brought together more than 400 stakeholders to discuss the promise and pitfalls of artificial intelligence and the key role that Africa must play in its development. And then again in January, Minister Tijani traveled to Washington, where he met with the Deputy Secretary of State yet again and held a strategic tech partnership, or a strategic tech dialogue, to further identify priorities and opportunities for partnership. That is to say that we have a long trajectory, are on a long journey of commitment to Nigeria's tech future. In terms of next steps, I want to highlight two. In part, what brings me to Enugu today is a greater focus in the U.S. mission, in the embassy and in our alone. And so where better to do that than in a place like Enugu? Out more partnerships at the sub-national level. And we see so much opportunity happening here in Enugu and a number of other states across Nigeria. And so I had to come here, I had to see it for myself, and I'm already a believer. Secondly, in terms of next steps, last year our government signed a memorandum of understanding to create a commercial and investment partnership, or CIP, one of just 5 that we have in the region on the continent, which is a mechanism that can continue these partnerships up here today. One in this audience that is making it clear to me and to the world. One in this audience that is making it clear to me and to the world that the time is now for these and other kinds of partnerships, a reflection of a true technological renaissance in Enugu that is taking place and across Nigeria. For these and other kinds of partnerships, a reflection of a true technological renaissance in Enugu that is taking place and across Nigeria. To the students and the aspiring tech professional partnerships, shared determination, these obstacles can and will be over. Strategic partnerships, shared obstacles can and will be over. Strategic partnerships, shared determination, these obstacles can and will be overcome. The collaborative spirit in this room and across Enugu's tech community is a powerful driver of progress, and this impact that the coal-to-code revolution will have on this state and beyond. So let the connections you make here today blossom into collaborations that shape the future. Let the ideas sparked in these halls become the solutions that address the world's most pressing challenges. The future most definitely is not something to be feared. It is something to be shaped. And right here in Enugu, you are shaping that future every day. Thank you.
Please appreciate him once more. Enugu, we are now into the business of the day. And on that note, permit me to recognize the men who have shaped the tech industry in Nigeria, Africa, and exported it to the rest of the world. Permit me to recognize the man behind AfriInvest, Dr. Ike Chioke, a man of many colors.
Group Managing Director, AfriInvest West Africa, and Chairman Board of Trustees, Enugu State Security Trust Fund. You're welcome, sir.
Welcome, sir. At the same time, the brain and the founder of Tennessee Technology and Genesis Tech Hub, Dr. Kingsley Eze.
You're welcome, Dr. Eze.
Why are you not appreciating the men you are looking up to? Another vibrant tech engineer, the founder of Zen Finance, Mr. Ugochukwu Arono. My man, welcome. We also have the CEO of RISE, founder and CEO of RISE, building wealth for generations upon generations. I'm talking about Eke Elanya Urum from the United States of America. At the same time, the founder, GEM Initiative, IT consultant, Tennessee Professional Services Limited, Chiamaka Udo Onwoka. We also have a that has made name in the world of computers, breaking so many records in Nigeria, in West Africa, and the continent of Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Leo Stan Eke, Xenox Computer.
You're welcome, sir.
CEO, Digital Equity Africa, former country director, UK Nigeria Tech Hub at British High Commission, Nigeria. Can you stand up, let them put their hands together for you?
And not forgetting Chairman, Science, Technical and Vocational Schools Management Board, STVSMB, Dr. Amaka Ngene. Since we are talking tech, we have to recognize her too. You're welcome.
The man behind Enugu State's Board of Internal Revenue, Mr. Ekene Nnamani. I welcome you.
You're welcome. Our tax umpire.
Let's invite Choice to invite the next speaker. Please, all the ladies in the house, can you put your hands together for her?
Why all the ladies?
Because they have to appreciate their gender person.
I don't get it. Anyway, before I invite the next speaker, permit me to recognize the great Nigerian students here today. Please put your hands together for yourselves. I also want to be very partial. Great IMT students. Great IMT students. Make some noise in the building. In case you're wondering why, that is my alma mater as well. So if I say ETF, I want to hear you say C to C. ETF. ETF. Are we happy to be here today? Can you please put your hands together for Enugu State, for the governor, the ministers, commissioners, everyone here present today. Please appreciate them. And those who have made this event a wonderful one, please put your hands together for them. Okay. All right, I'll like to hand the microphone over to my co-host for now. Thank you.
Please appreciate her. Put your hands together for her. You know, everything about tech has to be sequentially done. And being on this stage, we are subject to adopt some certain protocols. Now, I want to invite the next speaker. After that, I will invite Joyce to call on the Tennessee chief to speak to us. Ladies and gentlemen, the man I want to call has made name in the world of technology. He is the chairman, Xenox Group, and CEO of Kunga.com. Ladies and gentlemen, the face of computer in Nigeria, the face of computer in Africa, Mr. Leo Stan Eke. You can continue clapping.
Thank you, thank you. I thought a lady was going to announce my name. Before I start, I want to tell you that my group is the only group in the world that has 5 CEOs who are women, and they are delivering. And They've done this for over 15 years. It's not a mistake. I want to appreciate everyone here. The governor who is not present, but if you don't mind, in tech conferences, not too much talk. I came late because I thought you were going to break cola nut, because it has nothing to do with tech conferences. They do it in Igbo land. But I want to appreciate my brother-in-law, who is a tech genius. That's Professor Barton Najee. I have to recognize it. The governor, we chatted and is gone, but I really want to appreciate one man from it. Please, can you give me a round of applause? I've never seen a commissioner with so much energy, passion, love for his state. I've never seen. And I promised Prince that I will be here, and I'm happy I'm here. Now, I want to talk on technology. 95% people here are Igbos, isn't it? You are Igbos. Fine. And I'm sure you people know I'm an Igbo man from Imo State. And the technology that is sitting in Nigeria today, somehow, we hold the stage. But last night I changed my topic because 2016, there was a conference organized as Organiru, 2016, and did a roadmap for Enugu State. Last night, the organizer is here. Last night, somebody called me, Stan, where are you? I said, I'm in Enugu. He said, what are you doing in Enugu? And I said, look here, they have this tech conference. He said, Stan, why are you wasting your time? I said, are you insulting the new governor? He laughed. He said, what are you going to tell them? You didn't tell them 16 years ago, because I used your material for Abia State sometime. And they haven't moved. And in less than 10 minutes, he forwarded me my speech, which was online. And now I called my tech guys. I said, okay, look here. Some people here are analog, some are digital. Now I say, okay, go and photocopy it. Sorry, go and print it out and give it to some people. But if you go to today on conga.com, you will see that speech. So I don't want to repeat myself. If you go to zynosTechnologies.com, that speech is there. And if you go to tdafrica.com, you will see it. But they will take them down on Sunday. So if you are digital, you are tech-driven, please go online to any of those sites. You will read it, so I don't want to repeat myself. Let me inspire you people. And I'll tell you a little bit about myself. So you know there's no miracle in technology. And technology is not all about robotics, artificial intelligence. You must start from bottom up. The Igbo man wants to know what is there for him to survive. A lot of you don't want to ride bicycle, isn't it, a motorcycle? You want to ride Ferrari. Fine, so you need to pay attention to the details. So I'll spend about 25 minutes, and I'll leave. So somehow I built the biggest tech group in the continent. From retail distribution to local assembly to e-commerce. I pioneered e-commerce in the whole of Africa. Now, you don't go to the war front without being prepared, except you bought a coffin already. Who you want to be tomorrow, you plan it from childhood. I'll tell you a little about me. It's not published yet. I said I will not take alcohol, so I've never taken alcohol all my life. I don't know how beer from childhood. But I didn't say you shouldn't take alcohol because my children take. But don't take too much. I've never tested cigarette. I don't know how it tastes. But if I was smoking, I would be taking cocaine. And if I was drinking, I would have been alcoholic. I was a mass servant and a chorister in Catholic Church as a young man. But I told my parents at a young age, I'll be a disruptor. And as an Igbo man, why I went to school is because whoever I am today, they will not agree. If they want to finish me, they say that's illiterate. So that's why I went to school. And I wanted a profession where there's no argument. Technology is either you're right or you are wrong. And I had that incident with one of your citizens here from Enugu who blackmailed me. I'm sure some of you read it for fraud. And there's also something I decided. I said I won't borrow from the bank. So I've been in business for 40 years. Because a lot of you start being scared because you think you need big money to do business. And I don't owe any person in the world. But you can't plan all this without preparing for it. You need to be spiritually strong. And there's another thing I added for the young ones, because I attend their weddings as chairman, and the next 3 weeks, you people scatter. I said I will only have one wife. No polygamy in my family. So if I fight with my wife, if she's wrong, I apologize to her. If I'm wrong, I apologize to her. But a lot of people don't know this. They think I'm ruthless. And I didn't want to marry a domestic wife. So when I saw the right woman, I benched her. She read mathematics. She's more intelligent than me. I wanted to marry somebody more intelligent than me. And she's an accountant. She has an MBA. And that lady pays me every year about $30 million dividend. Now, I just thought I'd dance around this so you understand there's no miracle. Do I have a computer science degree? The answer is no. When I finished a degree in economics, I wanted to read computer science. This is 45 years ago. I started in Cork City University. You have to do postgraduate. I got a job first month I started in Lloyd's of London. But when they observed me, you must differentiate yourself from where you come from. Every man wants to know what is in need for him or her. So they observed me in school, and they say when I ask questions, I ask commercial questions. I was doing systems analysis and designs, user interface. And 3 months they spoke with my parents. My mother studied abroad. And they say Africa will not have commercial quantity of computers for you to survive. And they say, Stan, you have two gifts. Some people can develop, they cannot sell. Some people can sell, they cannot develop. But you have the rare two gifts. This course is not good for you for Africa. Stay in London, finish, or America, and then go back. But let me summarize it. I withdrew from that course to go and do risk management in City and Nottingham University. And after that, I knew I was going into business. I went to do LLM in business law. Guildhall University, London. I finished the course, but I started the business. So I'm bringing you to whoever you be tomorrow. It must be somehow power spiritually. Mistakenly, Nigeria ran into foreign exchange problem, and my uncle was giving my school fees. He sent the money to my account. I started the business. I was the first person to bring remote control music set. I sold to people like Christian S. and Edwin Woko and all the rest of them. And from there, I brought Amstrad into Nigeria. And from there, I brought Apple. Apple actually wanted me to work for them. I said, no, I headed to Nigeria. So, week of school fees, of exam, they say, Stan, you committed, you pay 100% before exam. By that time, some Nigerians were owing me, so I couldn't pay. I had some money, but if I paid them, I would remain in London. Okay? So I called my wife in the morning and said, sorry, I don't need this degree certificate. I've gotten the knowledge. So I left and then launched my business. If you look at the payoff of my business, what it says is anticipate the future. I computerize every, including the newspaper in Enugu here. There's one person called Onyema who was a writer. Onyema, what's his name again? Chief Onyema, who was a publisher. White Dibe or something like that. That man bought oranges and brought to me in my office in Lagos to appreciate me. Quite big. Onyema, Dilibe, that's him. He called me, you are an evil man. I want to come and appreciate you. What do you drink? I said, I don't drink anything, so I bring something. He bought me Gada must go of oranges. Okay? And then I changed the media industry. I pioneered technology in the media industry. Daily Times, Newswatch, Tribune, Sketch, your own newspaper, Vanguard, Punch, all of them nationwide. Statesman, I did all of them. The Chronicle, all of them. And then I moved into the publishing industry. And I did Henneman, Longman, Evans, University Press, Africana, FAP. I came back to Nigeria with Afro hair. But I ran into stress because I don't sleep. But I'll come back to where when the doctors tell you, don't work so hard, you will die. I'm going to 70 next year. But I've not been sick for 24 years. My mother was a dietitian. And this morning, I couldn't go to the gym for security reasons, so I gymmed inside my suite. Thank you very much, Honorable Commissioner, for paying the bill. He's the only man. I told him, I don't give you time and give you money because I don't attend village meetings. I'm not in church committees. My money, my time is my wealth. So I came to Enugu out of due respect for him and the governor and him. Because I can't use my jet, come here, park here, pay hotel bill, come and talk under sweat, and then go. Okay, so having said this, I don't say you should go this way, but I'm editing life is situational. Now let's go into the main cause. Hope is not a strategy in 24th century. It has nothing to do with your pastor. Your pastor is running his own business. Because if you don't pay tithe, he will not expand. He has a roadmap, and it's dependent on your wealth. And he's a good salesman. A lot of you part with the last cash and go outside after church service for transport to go home. That guy is strong mentally. Now, I'll tell you how I built my group so that you are not scared. I told you technology differs. Today, 90% of women here are wearing Nigerian-made clothes. Forget the tag. And they look beautiful on them, isn't it? Including the men. It's technology. Before, if they buy this size 10, if you did 3 size 10, they are different sizes. Are you with me? Fine. So, Zynox is not my first company. Task was my first company because when I came to this country, if you quarrel with your wife, the government will form task force. There's a fight on the road, they form task force, so I called my own task systems. And it was Abacha as a student who called me chairman. He thought I was intelligent. I wasn't. Okay, so I launched my first company to computerize all these papers. What is next? I got involved with the bank as chairman as a young man. I launched insurance company, lifestyle insurance company, Guardian Trust, sold it, made money. I launched TD. TD Africa, I brought Microsoft to Nigeria. I brought HP to Nigeria. I brought Lenovo to Nigeria. I just brought Elon Musk to Africa with Starlink. So I canceled the trip to Dubai for the sake of this young commissioner and the governor, because somehow I have a percentage of the internet in UAE. Okay. So this is basically, what I did, because for a country to be branded, you need to have foreign confidence, like the American guy spoke. But for you to deal with the first 50 listed companies in the world, the 500 first, you have to be credible, you have to work for it, because the automated, if you lose money, they don't hear your story. So I control directly and indirectly about 31 first 500 companies in the world, their partnership. So it comes with a pain, a lot of pain. I sleep, the day I sleep 3 hours, I celebrate. And I've done this for over 35 years. So I just want to advise you that you need to work hard. But let me tell you how you make money in technology. If you go to artificial intelligence right now to make money, you die of hunger. You know, when I came, I had an exposure on software, not hardware. But it's common sense. In life, for you to achieve, in business, 40% of you must have knowledge of the business, 40%, and passion. You must have 30% of spirituality because you are in Africa. Okay? Now the remaining 30%, can somebody guess? Huh? Common sense. And there's something I want to leave with you people. Don't follow my script. Remember I said you can drink, but drink sensibly. You can smoke, smoke sensibly, enjoy yourself. I used to be a disc jockey. And last year, I celebrated my wife's 60th birthday in my house in London. And when I took over the DJ box, every person went mental. I used to do part-time. I had a nightclub. But in Africa, if you say you have a nightclub, they believe you are irresponsible. Isn't it? So no person identified me with it. Stag Ali was my staff. Okay? So few of us were the radicals in London that led to Capital Radio. Community stations offered. I was a student. They weren't paying me. It was owned by an American, Caroline, Radio Caroline. So remember, for you to be a DJ, you have to be taking ganja, cocaine, or something like that to hide. And that's why I told my son, do a radio station. I'm retiring there. So congafm.com. You Google it. It inspires you. It's 24 hours. Okay, so having said this, the money, where it starts, first of all, you need to have a computer. You need to be compliant before you start going to AI core. This is my brother, Bert. If he succeeded, he would have been the richest person in the world. And 9 years ago, I nearly committed suicide. I lost money in artificial intelligence and robotics. You need to go, I own the biggest warehouse in the city of Lagos. I bought that warehouse from First Bank. Everything cost me 9.7 billion. I kept that warehouse open. Ike just introduced somebody, a friend of his, who wanted to hire 3 of them. I wake up in the morning, I'm like mental. I lost $28 million of my cash, not bank money. So I packed the warehouse. The rent on that warehouse every year, he knows, is $185 million. They pay me, but I left it up. So when you're chasing wealth, please, technology gives you money. People don't know how much you have. Okay, and you are in a country where the leaders don't want to pay tax, so it favors you with technology because they are analog. Now, having said this, there's a young man from Imo State, because when they come, you collect all the money and say you are coding. Everything has its own season. AI codes for you tomorrow. But you need to have the foundation. Are you with me? If I was speaking here, if I had a system speaking here, I'll have a better American accent than that guy. And everything I speak here in English will be translated in Igbo, and I will start straight away here. If I brought my system here and speak through it. That's the power of AI. Okay? And that's why people are defrauding you. It could be your neighbor speaking to you like an American. Are you with me? You party with your credit card. The last boy I released 2 weeks ago, he defrauded Conga with an American credit card, American woman. But when I had a story, I said, let me go to the police station and see the guy. Smart guy. He defrauded Conga, 4.5 million. He ordered 47, but the analytics caught him. But they had delivered Mass Pro iPhone 2. He sold one to the delivery agent. Something he bought for 2.2, he sold it at 1.35 million. We hacked him, his account. I found 2,000. In 24 hours, he was paid 1.35 million. I said, I want to see this guy. I went to Babi Station and met him. He said, tell me your story. Where did you study? He was one of the people on social investment from Warri. He was wearing designers. Part of the money he used, he was wearing designers. And he bought a wristwatch the same day, 350,000 Apple Watch. In 12 hours, he spent 1.35 million. And what remains in his account is 2,000 naira. Are you with me? If you had a screen here, I would have shown you the guy. I called the father. First, the only 100,000 he spent was to the girlfriend he claimed was his sister. When I called the father said, no, I never had a lady. I never had a girl. I only have boys. So he agreed with me. I said, okay, the father should pay you. You have a smart son. Invite him back to Warri. You and your wife should kneel down for him. Beg him. The boy will be successful. Are you with me? Now, in technology, you can make so much money, but you need to select where you make money, you enjoy it, you have your freedom. His friend, I visited him, one of the latest stores in Lagos. He will sack every retailer in FMCG in another 12 months. He's from Imo State. Went to one of the best schools. They worked together in America. I visited him. I visited the second warehouse 2 days ago. He told you? Fine. Small boy, he acquired 14,000. I was to buy the warehouse. 14,000 square meters of warehouse. In 2 years, he's opened 128 stores. Buku, have you heard about Buku? In Lagos, is their age mate. He's turning over 17 billion a month. That's the guy who wanted to hire my warehouse. I told him the warehouse was in Imo, I give you free. So he's employing 2,000, but he's going to 1,000 stores. So he will decide the price you sell to him. If you don't sell to him, you cannot sell in the market. But what is he using? Power of technology. Are you with me? So I'm not saying you are computer literate, you go and sit in one office coding. Jesus will send money to you. It doesn't work like that. Nigeria is still moving this way. Like I tell people, if the country embraced 230 million Nigerians, we are not selling 800,000 computers in a year. I have a witness from here. And I'm the biggest. Okay? Except when we do projects. But let me tell you, you should be very clear who you want to be. A lot of you are confused. Now, when you see people like Obi Kubana, no, you know, when I talk about him, people say, Stan, why are you supporting Obi Kubana? I say, Obi Kubana is in business. The business he's making is not the hotel. Are you with me? It's not the drink. He's a social media influencer. Are you with me? If you want him to dance here, he dances here, it will go viral, isn't it? The Igbo man doesn't understand that. So when you see, what's Cubana Chief Priest? Cubana Chief Priest was his barman, but he's extremely popular. He's making money as a social media influencer. That's where the money is. So when people tell me some of them are carrying drugs or whatever, I just laugh. I think they're belittling them. He's physical here. That's why I'm talking to him, mentioning it. Okay. Now, when I built Zynox, when I came to this country as a young man, I said I wanted to achieve 3 things. 1, transitioning Nigeria from analog to digital democracy. And God bless me, I moved Nigeria to that. So when they talk about ZTAB, the government paid me, well, $270 million 2010. I did the job. The second one is credible database for the country. If I want to invest in Enugu right now, what data, what statistics do I have to invest here that will give me return on investment? The people selling pure water don't sell 1 million a day. So I talked about population. I didn't bid for it, but they invited me. Even when I went, they spoke. They said, this cannot be your stand. They're arguing themselves. This cannot be your stand. But finally, that's the big fight. There's nothing that comes easy in the third world. Because people in power have their brothers they want to do favors that don't know anything about that project, but they give it to them and they are destroyed. But when you're in technology, you are competent, you understand the system, fight. I never lost a war. Including Femi Falana, I'm going to deal with him. He took me to court 4 times for an Enugu man I never met in my life. Who said I defrauded him what? One of my companies defrauded him 165 million. Technology does not lie. We gave him credit. He wanted to run away with it. We collected our money. And they started fighting. And now started blackmailing us. Now he has agreed. But it lasted 11 years. Or 165 million. My child in school can give him that money 3 times. And if my people made a mistake, I'll kneel down publicly on video and give him 3 times that money. But having said this, let's not lose track of it. I did Zynox in order to domesticate technology, for you people to have confidence that it's not a miracle. And I employ over 3,000 directly, over 100,000 indirectly. So I just want you to believe in yourself that a small me without address, you don't know my father, you don't know my mother. They never had political appointment, that I used to have 198 engineers in Shell for 14 years. That I control Chevron, Total, okay, for 30 years. So technology does not make noise. And I always advise the youth, money shouts, but wealth whispers. And you are young Igbos. Rich people don't make noise, except they inherited the money. Are you with me? You must remove this cap. If you are worth 10 billion, there's another person worth 40 billion next door. Are you with me? So calm yourself. If you have money, you don't make noise because you worked for it. Now, there's one I left, which I wanted to tell you before I come down to the final. Also, as a decision, I said I will not attend any seminar until I'm 70. So I just say I want to see how far God can take me till I'm 70. I don't want to be adulterated. So the only time, remember I schooled abroad, I always quarreled with my professors. Because I'm in London class paid as a foreign student. Remember the fee for local students and foreign students. And the professor is telling me about Netherlands. He's telling me about Ireland. And I always call their attention. I say, Prof, I paid more fees than these are local white guys. You need to tell me a little bit about Lagos and Africa. So we are not best of friends. So I said, okay, let me be on my own. I never watch a film. I've never watched a movie. Okay, my children watch. Sometimes they hijack me in London, I should follow them. While I'm there, I'm articulating the next new business. But I'm not with them, but I have to pretend to have a family. Okay, but in 2010, Harvard invited me, when I finished with INEC, to come and be the keynote speaker of the global conference. So I gave their talk. They invited me next year, free for a course. I got to New York. I said, let me see if my God is able. So from next year, I'll start attending seminars and abroad. Okay? So why I'm just saying this, that if little me without an address coming 40 years ago could be somebody, there was no digital record. The day I registered my company, the next day I went to my father. My father was an only child. 5:30 I woke him up. I said, Daddy, there's a business I'm entering into. He said, what kind of business? I said, listen to me first. I'm going into that business as an only son and as an orphan. My father started crying. 5:30 in the morning. He said, what kind of business are you doing? I said, that business, you can't add value. My mother can't add value. My village, you won't add value. He said, is it a criminal business? I said, no, it's computer business. He said, what of money? I said, I don't need money at the moment. I'm going in. It's either I succeed, I go from there. He started crying again. I said, calm down. So he said, what of money? I said, I didn't take my LLM exam. But he said, you told me you were about taking an exam. I said, no, something happened. I'll tell you the big story, but trust me. But you will get a degree. I said, yes, I'll get a degree. So that's why. So I don't have a mentor. I don't have an advisor. My senior brother is the king of my place, more intelligent than me, but no person advised me. So what I'm saying, when we started, it was completely analog. Today, if you go to Instagram, you see a lot of inspirational statements that advises you, isn't it? Are you people analog? So you should listen to them. Don't go to the dirty ones. What do you call innovation? What Prof started, if he didn't go public, if I talked on it, they wouldn't know about him, and the person in the press will know as the pioneer he's out. If you're a child of a poor man, this is the only time, and that's what I tell you boys. I came here 9 years ago and talked about knowledge power. Technology is one. There's a first most important principle, finishing school. I'm here. My sister, who is sitting next to Bat, if all of you sit here and she gives you 30 minutes, you now understand how a woman should sit, how a woman should dress. Are you with me? How a woman should talk. That's what is finishing school. That's the start. How do you use cutlery? A lot of us don't know. So how can you be successful? How can you be successful? Okay? People power the computer. People make the nation. So the school system, unfortunately, the governor is not here. It's a very simple thing. I have centers in university. Imo State University, I train 200 entrepreneurs every 3 months. You know, the Igbo man cannot give his friend, if he's analog, give his friend what he wants to write to his girlfriend to write to her. Because his boyfriend will take over his girlfriend, will take over the girlfriend, isn't it? Fine. And if you credit an Igbo man account, say there's money coming, he must learn how to use that technology. So today, the 200 people, every quarter, I open account for them. That's where I transfer money to them. So you must know how to open account. So they have learned online banking. If I transfer, you can't withdraw. It's not possible. So while we are chasing technology, Mr. Commissioner, there are fundamentals to building and retaining wealth. Are you with me? Fine. And these things are easy. Bring people who know she knows. Because when you see my sister work, you see how she carries herself. That's why some ladies are not married. because your wife is your best trainer. And when you are married, part of the success is the woman you marry. If you marry a woman who wants to carry expensive bags, you are not preparing for the future. Okay, I think it's becoming very volatile. I'm not saying you don't enjoy the best thing of life. In 2000, I celebrated Y2K. My Rolls Royce was Y2K, specially built. I brought it in here. You know, we made money Y2K because Nigerians were analog. They thought everything would collapse. So I knew it wasn't going to collapse, but we are the people selling the technology. So we made money. Now, I don't want to take more time because others will speak. I just changed my topic. Go online and check what I said last year. That's exactly what you are doing today. The final analysis is before you sleep, Igbos are bringing bad name to the nation. And we are not rich. If I tell you people now, somebody take microphone, tell me an Igbo billionaire. Tell me one Igbo billionaire you know. I'll tell you how much it's worth. Obi Kubana, did you tell that you're a multi-billionaire? Obi Kubana is still a billionaire in Naira. If Tinubu doesn't want it to be a billionaire, the value of the currency is down. God bless you. He's my small brother, so I can think about him. You know, as you grow up, don't mortgage yourself to Godfather. Are you with me? This is what is holding Igbo land today. People like him that I will kneel down and beg to come and rule a state. If they don't pass through Godfathers who are illiterate, they cannot succeed. So, remember I told you? You need to know who you want to be. Not every person in a family is successful. But if God gave you the money, you must assist others. Are you with me? And there's nothing abroad. A lot of our friends who are abroad are stranded. There is a transition to AI. So Canadians, Americans, Europeans are hiring Nigerians to fill the gap. A lot of those people don't know they are working through agents. The day the contract is cancelled, they are on the street. I made money here. I took over Ghana as the biggest guy in Ghana. Okay? The opportunities we've not tapped. If I sell 5 million computers in a year, I'm the richest man in Africa, and it's cash. You have a guy here, Tennessee. I'm sure in Enugu, people don't recognize Tennessee. Okay, you do, okay, you're showing them love. Now, Tennessee is a monster out of this place, cash monster. But you wouldn't know him because he dresses simply, isn't it? He doesn't use escorts. He's not carrying mobile police. But he has cash value. So, having said this, I told you I'm from Southeast. Okay? I'm from Imo State. But remember, Enugu is our capital. Technology. When I gave you people internet, your governor called me. What's it called? What's the governor? Eh? Not Ugwai. Sullivan. Sullivan called me. I came in here and put technology for Enugu. We planned on 1,000. We forgot that the highest number of tertiary education concentration is in Enugu State. Immediately we activated, we launched like this. The whole system went down. Your commissioner started harassing me. I said, we need to upgrade. They said, how can they upgrade? They paid for life. You paid me 165 million. I distributed wireless cloud around Enugu. I said, upgrade the bandwidth. Every day they were wasting my time. calling me on the phone, this and that, arguing. They weren't seeing Sullivan. I didn't know they weren't seeing Sullivan. They were talking about it. I entered plane. But do you know why the Enugu people disrespected me? When I came, I took airport taxi. I arrived at government house. He came, he took me to executive council. I talked to them. The next time I came, it was airport taxi. So that was my value to then commissioners. So when they started wasting my time arguing, I came in here, went into their office, wrote a check for the whole money. The government paid me, gave it to them. I said, take the infrastructure, take everything. 3 weeks after, I landed that INEC contract, $270 million. So if I was wasting my time, and they became very destructive, they would go to press and say, Leostan cheated them. Are you with me? For $165 million, because I came in a taxi. The same thing happened in INEC. Because I went in a Toyota Corolla, I didn't know they were observing me from front. They asked chairman, is this a man you want to give this contract? I don't have a Jeep in Abuja. My MD has Jeep. My MDs have Jeeps. I use Camry. That's Camry. In the last 30 years of my life, what I use is Camry. I use it for 8 years. I'll change to another Camry. So it was later, one of the commissioners told me, say, sir, you know why we didn't want to give you that contract? He said, how can the man using Corolla? We watch you the first day you made presentation, good presentation, you left. Second time you came Corolla. We said, why should we give you this contract? But today in Enugu, we are going to confront with Chinese, isn't it? You have Chinese building in the state. Fine. Now, when you see a Chinese, you believe he's more intelligent than you, isn't it? Fine. Okay, let me land here. I've said enough. I've taken more time than I should. Okay? I just want to plead with you. Personally change your orientation. You can't believe in God and don't want to be somebody. Money, I said, is a visitor. I also told you wealth whispers, but money shouts. Are you with me? Build your personality to be a world-class person. You must be credible. In Africa, I own one of the highest credit ratings. That's what your brother from here wanted to spoil, but it's not possible. So if you give me a contract of $100 billion, as far as it's a genuine contract, I get the funding. It's credibility. People like Tennessee are world-class, credible people. And I'm happy he came from Enugu. I want to stop here. Because I've taken more than 25 minutes, if you note. Because my cost of coming here is too expensive. So I needed to impact on you people. God bless you.
You can give him a standing ovation. Wow. I think we share two things in common. I don't drink alcohol. And I don't smoke. And he said if you must be rich, 30% of the principle is for you to go spiritual. He didn't talk about Okite. No, Ijawele. Spirituality has to do with fervent prayers. No, Ijawele. Spirituality has to do with fervent prayers and believing that only God will. Okay, we are getting there. 69. Ladies and gentlemen, while he was making this didactic, educative, and informative speech. One of our sons, who is making us proud, walked in. Whether you like it or not, Nigeria has 3 major ethnic groups. And in different fora, our people are doing well to represent our tribe. And that is why when you are in a gathering of discussion with several persons from different tribes, you can make reference that this person is an Igbo person. Obi Kubana walked in. You can see he has ladies' hand fan. Anything a rich man does is scientifically correct. Assuming he's an ND student from IMT that has that fan as a guy. And I love one thing about him and his brother. They always behave like twin brothers, even when one senior one. But I will not tell you the senior. Honorable Ike Iyebu, you're welcome. Obi Kubana, no. I know you will make some of our youths millionaire today. Also, so I'm sure if you have the power to project the future, the statement from the computer guru in Africa, Leo Staneke, would send some senses into you. And let me tell you, he did his MSc in risk management from Nottingham University. That is Leo Staneke. And if you must succeed in Nigeria as a businessman, it's important you study risk management because the government is not stable. Now let me invite one of our brightest, the father of robotics, the man who is giving electricity to the people of Abia State and so many other states. We are proud of him because he's making us proud. Former Minister of Power. Any former minister who goes to event with his wife doesn't cheat on his wife. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Bath Nachi, the founder, robotics. If you know his word, you will stand up until he gets to this place. DK Monweya, he knows me and I know him. It's just that I'm not a millionaire in dollar. My man.
I think my brother Leo Stan has to be on his way. He has to go to Abuja. So we wish you good travel. I am so happy to have heard from you. All the excitement that you've given to everyone, not just the youths, but everyone. God bless you and will continue to bless you. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. I'd like to start by really applauding and appreciating the governor and the government of this state. One, for this incredible convention center. I know that for many years, people would pass and it looked like an eyesore, and within a span of less than 2 years, it's been transformed to this. God bless him. I also applaud him and the Honorable Commissioner for Science, Technology, and Innovation for putting together this incredible program. I mean, when you look at all the youths from various places, the future is truly about you, and it's happening here. So I'd like to say congratulations, congratulations, and congratulations. So let me start by, this is a tech show. I was a professor at the University of Massachusetts in the United States. And during that time, this was after finishing my degrees and doing doctorate in artificial intelligence and robotics. So we established the first major research and development laboratory in automation and robotics at the University of Massachusetts. And primarily what we were doing was researching artificial intelligence. This was in the early 80s, before people began to understand really what artificial intelligence is about, and robotics. And so eventually we were doing work for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and I used to represent the U.S. side with the Europeans, led by some Germans, in research on artificial intelligence. I can't get into the sort of things that we were doing, but most of what we were trying to do was for commercial use, but invariably they get channeled into military application. But that's the way these things work. It was while I was at the University of Massachusetts that when they were setting up the government, interim national government, one day I got a call that they wanted me to come and be a minister. Just like that, there was nothing like application, no campaign, nothing. I was just invited to come and take this position. It's not like this was the tail end of Babangida administration, getting into that interim government, but they had tried before to invite me to come and be Minister of Industries. And I said at the time, the way they were describing what they wanted me to do was simply not going to be the way forward. We are talking about forward motion, not reinventing the wheel. And not, if you want to build a car, you go to Model T as developed by Ford. No, you have to think futuristic, the type of thinking that Tesla has done. So, but that time, I decided to come home and take the position of science and technology. But upon my arrival, I found out that there was no Ministry of Science and Technology, and that we had to restart the Ministry of Science and Technology because it had been abolished a few years before. What was it that was happening? It turns out that when a government comes, they will decide, this Ministry of Science and Technology, what is it really about? So when they scratch their head and they can't find an answer, they cancel it, they abolish it. But the government coming in, the decree they set up to bring us in, they said, we think that the Singapore people and Chinese people, they are prospering because of science and technology. Therefore, we should do science and technology. And that I was the guy to do it. And I was 36 years old. So talk about Minister of Youth that was here. That was about that age. And so the next day, I left US, University of Massachusetts, to come to Nigeria. It was a good thing it was during the summer, because if it was during academic year, I would have to go through a process. But I came. And the next day, we were sworn in. So, but there was no ministry. So I began to think with my small team, what could we actually do to change this understanding? First, the people in the cabinet, that is the government people, didn't understand what it was about, because that's why they would cancel. And then you had the population that depended on what the people in government would do. So, first, I had to re-establish the Ministry of Science and Technology, worked with the late Akpangbo, who was Attorney General at the time. We worked tirelessly, day and night, with my team to go to bring back the various agencies of the Ministry of Science and Technology. The good thing was that the ministers were kind enough not to resist, not to fight. They simply gave up the agencies, knowing fully well that they didn't belong to them. So we stitched together what the Ministry of Science and Technology became. Then we said, we have to educate our people in the government to make sure that they don't abolish this ministry again. And what was it about? That you have to show how research and development will lead to commerce, to businesses that now become industries. And the economy will grow because of that. That's how the Western world, that's how the Asian worlds, that's how they have grown. So we began just literally teaching my colleagues what was going on, how it would work. And I believe that we were successful because till today, the Ministry of Science and Technology, since 1993, when I was minister, it has not been abolished. And so I'm actually quite happy that now not only do you have Ministry of Science and Technology at the federal level, but in the states, and that people are beginning to understand what it's about. That the creation of jobs can only come by adopting technology. It's just not possible that, okay, you can be a farmer, you can do farming, but even farming today is techy. If you go to a place like Songhai Farm, you'll be amazed at how technology has seeped in and is driving agriculture. Technology. So, but I found out quickly that one of the main problems with establishment of industry in Nigeria that time, because if you're going to go from research, development to industry setup, the industry has to work. But the industry was having problem because there was no electricity. And so I said, that's something I have to somewhere come back to. Anyway, my colleague at the time, you won't believe it, was General Sani. My colleague at the time, you won't believe it, was General Sani. E-design. In fact, the first aeroplane that was designed this way is the Boeing 777. So the Boeing 777 was totally e-designed and tested. Before, can you imagine having to build prototypes of the various components, assembling them, testing them? It used to take at least 10 years to design a new aeroplane. 10 years. Because of the rigorous tests that would have to be done. Automobiles take many years because of the rigorous tests that would have to be done. Automobiles take, let me go and do something. then I shouldn't have been coming here then, okay? I thought you wanted me to come and speak to the young people. Huh? So I came home, and I didn't have a job waiting for me. So you may have heard that I was eventually Minister of Power. Nobody offered me a job when I was coming. I came home to start something new, and that was electricity. Remember, when I was Science and Tech Minister, I remember that the main problem with creation of industries was electricity. And so I wanted to do something about it. So I started Geometric Power. And Geometric Power was started at a time there was really no private power company in Nigeria. But President Obasanjo at the time was visionary enough to understand that it is through private power investment that Nigeria can grow power. And so he granted us concession. First, we built a small power plant in Abuja to test this idea. And then we eventually went to Aba to build the Aba Integrated Power Project. What I want to tell our young people is, if you have an idea, go for it. But let the idea have legs to stand on. When we were starting Geometric Power, the Aba Integrated Power Project, the idea was this. We want to build a power plant inside a disco. We carve out a disco which the government had concession to us, and we build a power plant inside it. If you look around the whole nation today, there is no disco that has an embedded power plant. None, except Aba. And that is why the power plant is working. We also went ahead to build a 27-kilometer gas pipeline to the power plant to ensure that the fuel is coming and reliable. So, power became important. But let me say that I know when the governor was speaking, he talked about technology driving a whole lot of stuff. Look at electricity. I don't know. In Enugu Electricity Distribution Company, I don't know if you have smart meters well distributed. Our goal in Aba is that every customer must have a smart meter but not just smart meter, but a smart meter that is AI controlled so that we can tell what is happening. So the AMI, advanced metering infrastructure, is installed. Let me also say that something happened some months ago. Some months ago, we wanted to buy drones because we want to inspect the gas pipeline, the power lines, and be able to know what's happening. So one of my sons said he has some friends that manufacture drones in Abuja. I said, really? They make the drones here in Nigeria? I said, yes. I said, let's see. So first, we had a virtual meeting with them, and they showed their drone flying. I said, fine. But I am a very practical person, so I said, invite them. Let's see the drones. So 3 young men came from Abuja. They brought their drones. And so after making wonderful presentation, I said, well, let's take the drone on a test drive. So we went outside, and they powered the drone and uplifted the drone like a helicopter, and then projected like a rocket. The drone took off. I said, you people built this? Yes, they built the drone themselves. So we said, we will do everything to see that you are supported. We'll support you. But you know what's amazing about it? The 2 people who created the company, one is 21 years old, and the other one is 22 years old. That's you people. So, what is this message in this? You can build fortune by yourself, by thinking outside the box, by being entrepreneurial, by finding solutions. I decided I want to go to see their factory. I went to Abuja, and I saw their factory. They were building some drones for Ghana, and there's one for Slovakia. They have a whole lot of stuff, even towers to watch security. These boys are doing this in Nigeria. All that you need is to think about solution. Look at niches that you fill. Look at gaps that you can fill. So, just want to say that recently, we got a license to build in Enugu State, Institute of Artificial Intelligence and Robotics. Yes. It's very important that we support the government's initiative and begin to develop such institutions. So I want to say the following to you. Entrepreneurship, do not come out of your school, whether it is a tertiary institution or wherever, and expect that you should just go and find a desk job somewhere. And you're harassing your parents and your uncles and aunts to find you a job. Think, you can create a job for yourself. You can form partnerships. Where you're doing it, be bold. Be bold. When we were doing our project, the NEPA people were laughing at us. So say, look at you. Where is anybody building a power company, a power plant? And then you want to own a power plant and a distribution company. And they were laughing. But today, we have built all of that, and we have electricity, in Aba. So be bold, be courageous, but be focused. The thing about people with wonderful, talents is that they think about, there are so many things that go on in their minds. So you want to start this business, you want to start the other business, so many businesses. No, focus. You might find some roadblocks. And believe me, if you're doing something that is great, you're for sure going to find people who are going to fight you somewhere. So, be bold and persistent in what you're doing. Also, integrity, very important. If you have an agreement with somebody, don't wish-wash it. Not today you're here, tomorrow you're in another place. Integrity. Be someone that people can rely on. I have a book that I want to work on. I haven't finished it. That book, Integrity as a Commodity, because you can literally make money with integrity. So don't forget that one. Then finally, I want to applaud the Honorable Commissioner for this, what you've done here. I want to applaud the Governor for giving you a free hand to do it. And what we are seeing is the future. I believe that Enugu State will be that center, tech center, in Nigeria and perhaps in sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you very much.
Is that all you can do? Please, with a standing ovation, let's put our hands together for Professor Bat Nnaji for that powerful conversation, power-packed lessons from all he had said. Keep clapping. Keep clapping. He's doing, oh my goodness, I'm blown. You know, he said something that struck me so hard, and I want to re-emphasize, and that is, if you have an idea, go all out for it. We are all young people in this room, full of passion and ideas. So please, do not allow your ideas to sleep. Don't say you don't have funding, you don't have platforms, you don't have opportunity. If you have an idea, go all out for it.
When we're clapping for Professor Bath, we're clapping like we're hungry. Are we hungry? That is not a question you should answer, it's rhetoric. We want to recognize a man who they've given another name here on stage. They called him Monstrous Money. Ladies and gentlemen, this man is not just a tech guru, but he is the founder, MD, CEO, Tennessee Professional Services Limited, an enterprise transformation and technology consulting firm. He's also the founder of Genesis Tech Hub, people and business capacity development initiative designed to drive and support innovation. Before I'll ask my co-MC to say something, Tennessee also supplies us internet at the University of Nigeria, Enugu campus. And on this note, you can see why I am passionate and we're too trying to introduce him today. We're not just introducing him because he has monstrous money, but today he's going to give free Wi-Fi to somebody standing on this stage.
He's here already. Please, let's put our hands together for him and celebrate him.
Thank you very much. I don't think anybody can get luckier than this, being introduced by two ladies. Okay, my name is Kingsley. I was born in this town. I was raised in this town. This town made me. And I want every young person seated here. I know we're hungry. I know we're tired. This is usually not the best time to come and present. When you have someone like Professor Nnaji present, then our chairman, Leo Stan present, and then I'm the one coming next when people are tired. But I promise you, If you listen to me, you're going to leave here a transformed person. I wish His Excellency was here because I was going to thank him specially, but I'm sure the Honorable Commissioner will make sure this message gets to him. I am eternally grateful for the government of Enugu State for making this thing happen here in Enugu today. Some of you might not understand. What is happening here today is something some of us have been preaching for the past 15 years. In fact, about 8-9 years ago, it took the then Vice President, Professor Yomi Oshibajo, to come to Enugu to tell the world about what we're doing at Genesis Tech Hub at Enugu Lifestyle and Golf City. So for me, this is a dream come true. Enugu is suddenly front and center on the map of the world where technology conversation is being held. And not just that it's happening today, like the Honorable Commissioner promised us, this is going to be a regular thing happening at the minimum every year in Enugu. It's an exciting time to be a young person being in Enugu. Interestingly, some of us were not very lucky. At the time we were growing up and very passionate about technology, having wonderful ideas about some enterprising things we can do using technology, but never really had the kind of support structure that makes it happen. There is an ecosystem that makes technology venturing come to play. There is a collection, an aggregation of different entities, the VCs, the tech hubs, the academia. A good example is that there is not going to be anything like a Silicon Valley if you take away Stanford University. The very first set of products that came out of Silicon Valley were actually initiated by professors in Stanford University. So there is an ecosystem that makes it work. And I'm grateful to God that today it appears that that ecosystem is emerging in Enugu. And it's a good time to be here. I also want to thank, unfortunately in absentia, Chairman, what I call him, Leo Stan. He's a wonderful guy. Before I came up here, I was talking to my friend, Dr. Chioke, and I was asking him that this Leo Stan was so nice, has been nice to us, particularly when we started this business we're doing in Lagos. And there are some things he did for me which I don't know whether I should stand here and talk about. And he said, no, go and say it. I said, no, it has to do with money. I don't want to start talking about money here. He said, no, go and say it. The truth is, Leo Stan will fulfill orders worth $30 million. I didn't say naira. $30 million and not ask me for even a bank guarantee. So when he talked about credibility, I knew where he was coming from. Which is also another thing you need to take away from this conversation happening here today. It's not about the technical skills. It's not about the knowledge of what to do. It's about the kind of person you choose to become when it comes to how you relate with people, how important your word is to you, how important your commitment is to you. If you're the person whose words are nothing but empty words, nobody will touch you with a 10-foot pole. No matter how smart you are, no matter how resourceful you are, if your words does not mean anything to you or to the next person you're giving that your word, you don't mean anything. Today, we run a business that turns over $200 million every year on the average, with presence in about 10 African countries. Our desire actually is to have an extensive footprint across Africa. But that is not the story. The story is that the business I'm talking about actually started here in Enugu. So if anybody is telling you that it's a disadvantage to be born in Enugu because Enugu is a civil service community, tell the person they are very wrong. Sometime in 2008, I left my work, resigned voluntarily, because you know how you do the same thing over a period of time and you want to do something different. At that time, I paid 85,000 euros, not naira. And you can check these things I'm saying. I paid 85,000 euros in 2008 to go get my MBA from INSEAD Business School. That was the kind of money some of my friends then were using to buy very wonderful cars. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it is not important. But there is something about life and what I called deferred compensation. When you choose to reward yourself before you even get to your destination, you reward yourself too early, and then you eat your seed, if you get what I mean. So if you eat your seed, you're never going to have harvest. So you're going to have harvest if during seed time you plant something. So by spending 85,000 euro in 2008 to go do a 14-month MBA program, I essentially sowed a seed that got my head thinking. It was in the course of that program that I started working off my house in Lagos, set up an office off Nza Street here in Enugu, somewhere next to where we all go to eat fish and have very good cold beer. But that was where this journey started. I could have done a lot of things then. I could have, made different kinds of investment with that money at that time. But that was what I felt I needed to do. So, some of you seated up here today, if the only thing you're going to take away from this conversation happening here is that there is seed time and then there is harvest, you would have learned a lot. If the only thing you're going to take away from this conversation going on here is that you can become whatever you choose to if you remain focused, irrespective of your location, that a company that is turning around $200 million every year started somewhere off Nza Street, here in Enugu, just about 16, 17 years ago. If that's the only thing you can take away from here, and it's going to encourage and strengthen you, then you have learned a lot. But that is not what my presentation is about. My presentation is about the tech ecosystem. Can I go to the next slide? When I was coming, I was really worried about how to engage my audience. I really like to keep my audience. I like to tell stories. I like to make my presentation with stories. But because this audience is it's going to be a mixed audience, I knew I was going to have a lot of our friends from government because this is their program. But most importantly, I also know that a lot of people have been invited, young people who are interested in what they can make with their lives for tomorrow. I also know that a lot of tech enthusiasts from outside Enugu are also going to. So it's going to be a mixed audience. So I was thinking about what kind of story am I going to tell to hold everybody together? And I have done my best. But what I have here on the board is one of the things I like to use to communicate the importance of knowing what to do and why you do what you do. So, what we'll have there is a string of numbers. If I ask you to memorize those numbers now and give it back to me in the next 2 seconds, well, maybe there's a genius here that can do it. But I promise you, 95% of the people seated here cannot memorize that number and give it back to us in 2 seconds. But because we don't have time, I don't want us to try it. In some other interesting audience where I have the time, I usually try it and it's interesting. But the real interesting thing is that when you understand what this number represents, you find out that you don't need to memorize it. Not just will you be able to remember it, you can actually extrapolate and tell us what will be the next numbers that will follow 9. Am I communicating? Good. So the numbers we'll have here are the squares of the natural numbers. So 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2. So the square of the natural numbers is what we'll have here. So square of 1 is 1, square of 2 is 4, square of 3 is 9, square of 4 is 16, square of 5 is 25. And I'm sure you're going to say, wow. Am I correct? Excellent. So that is exactly what happens when you know why you have to do something. When you know why you have to do something, the journey becomes easier. The journey becomes more exciting. Even when there are bumps or challenges along the journey, You're able to master them. You're able to sustain the journey because you know why you're doing what you're doing, and you're not going to be deterred by the challenges. The next slide is an interesting slide, which is showing us how far things have changed right before our eyes. So, on my left here is a listing of the 10 most capitalized companies globally. This was what it was 20 years ago in 2004. So look at the names of the companies there. Number one on that list is General Electric, GE. I'm sure you know GE. They make gas turbines. In fact, GE is a conglomerate. They make different things. They make hospital equipment, etc. The people in power business, deal a lot with GE. Of course, you have Microsoft. Then you have ExxonMobil, okay? Pfizer, Citigroup, Walmart, British Petroleum, Real Dutch Shell, Johnson & Johnson, Intel. Now, look at the value of their total capitalization. So the most capitalized company at that time, in 2004, was General Electric. Do we remember Jack Welch? Does anybody here know Jack Welch? Super. I mean, if you know Jack Welch, you can understand what Jack Welch was at the helm of, when he was at the helm of affairs at GE. So Jack Welch was running the most capitalized company at that time, and you can see 370 billion, ranked number one, and the list was Intel. You remember Intel? Does anyone know Intel? Intel Inside on your MacBook, on your laptop, on your desktop. Super. Now, on the right is today. On your right is today, the 10 most capitalized companies. Are we together? Number one on that list is Microsoft, a tech company. Number two on that list is Apple, a tech company. Number three on that list is Nvidia, a tech company. Number four is Saudi Aramco. Saudi Aramco is the sovereign wealth fund of Saudi Arabia, and we can understand. But by the way, let this not deceive you, because Saudi is already preparing extensively for a post-oil world. Saudi is already assuming that oil will be oil is not the big thing again in future. Okay? Now, the next is Amazon, Jeff Bezos. You know Amazon, a tech company. The next is Alphabet. Alphabet is the parent company of the Google that you know. Alphabet is the holding company of the Google that you know. So it's a tech company. Then Berkshire Hathaway. Do we know Warren Buffett? The ace investment guy from Omaha, the Oracle of Omaha. Now, followed by Meta, Facebook, and then Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly, interesting. Eli Lilly is a biotech firm. Eli Lilly is in the pharmaceutical or in the healthcare business. Now, but healthcare is changing completely. There is a concept of healthcare today that is called biotech, okay? Where even the mode of treatment and, all the likes of it are changing. So Eli Lilly is listed today as one of the most capitalized 10 companies, not just because it's a pharmaceutical or in the health business, but most likely because of what it is using technology to do in the health sector. And then the last is Broadcom. Now, look at the shift from energy, finance, and what I call industry to tech. By 2024, only Intel and Microsoft were the tech companies listed as the 10 most capitalized companies. 20 years down the line. 20 years is so much in recent memory for me that I'm wondering, this happened so quick. In 20 years, there is serious displacement that has turned around the table, and the 10 most capitalized companies today, if you take away Saudi Aramco, Berkshire Hathaway, and Eli Lilly, and I still consider Eli Lilly a tech-based healthcare business. The rest are tech companies. But that's not even the story this slide tells me. The real story this slide tells me is that 20 years down the line, the most capitalized of these companies, Microsoft,
$3 trillion can write a single check and buy the rest of these companies 20 years ago. Because when you sum up the total capitalization of all those guys here, it is not up to 3 trillion. And all those things happened in just 10, 20 years. It gives you the power of what technology innovation can do. It gives you the power of the kind of multiplier effect tech-type ideas bring to the table, the type you don't get from any kind of business. Next slide. So as Nigerians, we know how interesting the oil and gas space is. Back in the days when we were in school, when we were leaving school, all of us were doing everything to get into the oil industry. In fact, I'll tell you guys an interesting story. For my youth service, I was posted to Bauchi. While I was in Bauchi, I was working the phones, trying to call people I know to see if after I finish my camp, I'll get a posting to Port Harcourt so that I can work in the oil and gas industry. But you know, I serve a living God. I went to that camp hoping to transfer back to Port Harcourt so I can work in an oil firm. But the living God that I serve gave me a nice girlfriend in that camp, who is my wife today, by the way. So, the way it works, by the time the people I was calling to help me move my posting to Port Harcourt, some of them made progress and were calling me back to say, don't you want to come to? I said, no, don't worry. Bauchi is so good. Everything there is cool. In fact, I like their weather. You know, with 600 naira, I buy goats and we can make barbecue in the evening with my friends and use it to drink Heineken. My whole interest in going to Port Harcourt changed. So you see, he that findeth a good woman. So, the oil and gas industry has so dominated our mindset in Nigeria that most of us actually don't see what is happening around us. So there is this big argument of what is really our critical asset. Is it oil? Is it, is it the mineral resources, both the solid mineral or, crude oil? Or is it the human capital? Now, the slide I have here is showing that, so you have the countries listed: Brazil, Indonesia, Nigeria, Pakistan, United States. By 2050, Nigeria is going to have a population that will exceed 400 million people, but that's not the story. The story is that Nigeria is going to be more populous than United States of America. Now, population on its own does not necessarily mean value. Are we together? Population on its own does not necessarily mean value. But if we are talking about a population, productive people who are busy, like you have in China or in India, then it becomes wonderful. Okay? So, we have human capital, very upwardly mobile people. Everybody knows what Nigerians do outside Nigeria. They all succeed. I mean, forget about, most times it appears a lot of people get a lot of, excitement, pushing the few negative publicity we have. Reality is that the average Nigerian outside Nigeria, and even in Nigeria, is a very hard-working person. Working very hard. So, if we get some things right, it means that it is possible that if our human capital is harnessed, it's going to make a show of whatever we get from oil and gas. Imagine if every energy, every attention the oil and gas industry gets today, that somebody gives 60% of that attention to developing our human capital, we'll be on fire. Now, let's look at remittances. Next slide, please. So, I have data for 2021 to 2024. I don't know if you see this clearly, but this should be orange. The orange bar is remittances. So for 2021, the total remittances to Nigeria was about $21 billion. In that same year, we made about $23 billion from oil. In 2022, remittances to Nigeria, $21.9 billion. We made $35.7 billion in oil, and so on. Now, but I have some caveats. One is that this is remittances coming from official channel. Anytime any one of us sitting here travels, most times there is somebody in America or in Europe or wherever you went to that will give you $100. I say, please, when you get back to Nigeria, give to my mother. It is not captured here. Now, with the advent of blockchain and other, means of, moving assets, some of the monies coming in are actually not captured. But what it's important is that imagine all the effort, all the killing in Niger Delta, all the politicking going on. See how close what we get from oil is to what we get from remittances. Imagine what will happen if we have a deliberate strategy as in Nigeria to develop our people to the point where they become professionals and export them. In fact, they are going to export themselves. And when they export themselves, they make money and they remit money back to our economy. That's a natural thing. When people travel, they remit money. Imagine if we have that level of intentionality, how is going to expand the value or volume of remittances that come into the country. So with this information, can I see the next slide, please? You begin to wonder, indeed, is natural resources our biggest asset, or is it our people, our human capital? Those of you young people seated here today are actually way more important than the natural resources. If there is a deliberate program to harness your capabilities, channel you on the way you should go, the country will be better off. Almost all the big tech companies today are run by Indians, from Alphabet to Microsoft to IBM to Adobe. I have some of them listed here. They are all run by Indians. Now, the remittance for India is also listed. I have data from 2010, but the data I find very interesting is the 2022, 2023, and 2024 remittance data for India. 107 billion, 110 billion, 129 billion. This is what Indians in diaspora send back to India. Now, some of us in tech understand how the whole world is littered with Indians. And not just Indians driving cabs. I'm talking about professionals in the technology space. Now, beyond the remittances, when you have people of this quality running Fortune 500 companies in the US and most of Europe, the kind of political power or influence they can shift in favor of their country will be unprecedented. So, the India is an interesting case study of what can happen when a people nurture their human capital and it becomes some sort of asset for the country. So, if what we're doing in Enugu here today, the Honorable Commissioner has promised us, and I had a small chat, a chat by the side with him, and he said, the next one is going to be better than this one. There are going to be subsequent ones that will make Enugu the front and center when it comes to technology incubation. One of my engagements with His Excellency recently, interestingly, one of the slides, I'm going to share something he also told me. He said to me, Kingsley, do you know how hard and how long you're going to run a business for it to have a 10-digit capitalization? So you set up a factory today, you set up a real estate business, you set up any kind of business. You know how long you're going to run it for it to have a 10-digit capitalization? It may never happen in your lifetime. But a flutter wave in less than 10 years is capitalized to $3 billion. $3 billion, let's put it in context. The most capitalized bank today in Nigeria, I think, is Zenith Bank. And their total capitalization, I think, should be around 1.9 trillion naira. 1.9 trillion naira is about 1.6 or 1.7 billion dollars. So what it means is that Flutterwave, with a single check, can actually buy out all the banks in Nigeria. Now, these banks have been run by professionals, slaving day and night, working for decades to build banks that are that solid. But a bunch of young guys, like some of you seated here today, come up with a very good idea, stand by it, nurture it, and in less than 5 or 10 years, they have a capitalization that exceeds the total capitalization of all the banks in the country. Is it not worth giving attention? Are we here? So, we have some, sorry, next two slides, please. The next slide, I think. Yeah, this one. So what we have here is just a simple, an extract of some success case stories from Nigeria. So you have unicorns are essentially tech startup companies that have attained a $1 billion valuation. They are called unicorns, okay? So these are some unicorns from Nigeria. InterSwitch, valuation by 2019 is $1 billion. Flutterwave, 2021, $3 billion. OPay, 2021, $2 billion. Wave, Andela, cheaper, you know. And interestingly, InterSwitch was my last project in Accenture. I used to work for Accenture as a technology consultant. InterSwitch was, at some point, it was an idea on my laptop with my colleagues that I was working with. That idea eventually became a business, became an industry platform, became a huge success. The good thing is that by the time you get involved in some of this, process of incubating businesses, do the first one, whether it succeeds or not, you do the second one, what happens is I begin to grow your muscle, okay, and get more comfortable doing it, and get more confident doing it also. Starting a new one becomes less difficult. Now, InterSwitch was that regular to me, but today, InterSwitch is such an industry solution that you cannot imagine Nigeria without InterSwitch. That is what happens when a good idea is evolved to solve a problem in the society using technology. Today, we have companies like Greenage and Patshop. Greenage is, in fact, the gentleman from US that spoke, talked about Greenage. Greenage is a massive success story. Its valuation today is exceeding about $10 million. But Greenage was an idea with some smart guys from this part of the world. In fact, the guy who, and they all graduated from universities in, Godwin was in UNN. Yeah. These were smart guys like you guys seated here today. Are you hearing me? Like you guys, a couple of years ago, they were not sure of anything. But they had an idea, they had a thought, they gave it their attention, they started presenting it to people, and they presented it to us at Genesis Tech Hub. And when they presented it to us, we liked their idea. They were talking about green energy, renewable energy, alternative energy. But beyond that, we saw a bunch of smart, very hungry, and clear-headed men, young boys. And you couldn't but listen to them and support them. So we supported them at that stage. With that little support we gave them, they moved on. At some point, they started getting funding from other investors outside Nigeria. Today, Greenage is doing wonderful things. The same thing, Patshop is also another idea we incubated at Genesis Tech Hub here in Enugu. And what was it? A group of boys felt that it is actually possible to use technology to drive the distribution of automobile parts and accessories. So instead of going to Camp or going to Ladipo if you're in Lagos, or depending on Sikiru or Lukman, that's usually what the mechanics answer. I don't know why, but that's forever. The average mechanic in Lagos is Sikiru or Lukman. So instead of depending on Sikiru or Lukman for your parts, you go to patshop.com, you log on, you get the part you want, you pay for it, the part gets delivered to you or to your mechanic or wherever you want it delivered. An idea coming from some young people like you guys seated here today. So, if you have any job you're supposed to do, if you have any responsibility, it is to scale down on distractions and begin to look for moments when you can introspect and observe your environment and begin to ask questions. What can I do differently to change the way things are done? What can I do differently to create the kind of value that people are ready to pay for? The day you're going to get a good answer to that, you're on the path to becoming a very successful person. Next slide, please. I'll be very quick. So, why is tech the future? I already talked about global trends. The returns are huge. It's essentially a job creation engine. I mean, its ability to multiply opportunities. For today, you have people who don't even need to get to an office. They stay in their homes. They get a tech job. They write codes. They review codes. They write. They do documentation for projects, and they sit back in their home doing that. Some of them earn as much as $5,000, $10,000 a month just doing. So the thing is, you don't even need to set up a business. You don't necessarily need to build the next Andela or the next Green Age. By even learning skills that you can use to support the tech industry, you will make very, very comfortable living. And of course, this one I really like, and I would like to highlight it, which is the cross-sector impact. So technology utilities, technology utilization, or technology importance today cuts across industries. You know, agriculture, retail, manufacturing, banking, health. There is hardly any vertical that you can think about, and you don't see how technology plays a very massive role in that space. So there was a time, next slide. There was a time people would say things like, cash is king, you know? And when it was Queen Elizabeth, some will even tell you that cash is queen. Now, is cash really king? Maybe. In fact, some call it war chest, you know, like your arsenal. So as a businessman, if you run out of cash, you're almost like an infantryman running out of your ammunition. So cash is very important. But guess what? Cash is actually nothing when we're talking about ideas. The guys that have done all these things we talked about, there is no story, there is no part of that story that suggested that any of them had a pot of cash anywhere. None. All they had was the idea. So while indeed cash is king, the reality is that ideas actually rule. The business I told you guys we are doing, which I referred to at the beginning of my presentation, was started with zilch, zero. We did not borrow one kobo from anybody. We did not have anybody invest one kobo. We bootstrapped entirely. But our saving grace was our hard ideas. We had ideas to sell services to tertiary institutions. We had ideas at that time to develop a solution for banks that they were using for ATM reconciliation. If you remember when ATM started initially, failure rates were very high because the quality of the network was very poor. So you want to draw 20,000, your account gets debited for 20,000, but you don't get any money when you put your hand. And for 2 weeks, they've not reversed that transaction. So most of the banks had very huge unsettled, unreconciled items in their books. So we developed a script that they were using to do that reconciliation, and that became a huge success for us. And from there, that was where we had an opportunity to even start working for those banks. Today, as I speak to you, we work for all the banks in Nigeria, doing multi-million-dollar contracts for those banks, delivering world-class solutions for them. And by the way, what I didn't remember to add was that those solutions I talked about were developed there in Enugu by guys like you from this Enugu. In fact, at some point, anytime a new commissioner of police comes into Enugu, I'll quickly run to the commissioner to introduce myself and tell him about my colleagues. Because it was a normal thing, policemen arresting my colleagues in Enugu because they have laptop. And for whatever reasons, I don't know why they liked white cars. They also have a way of buying white Mercedes. So police will always catch them. In fact, I had people who were also not sure of what we're doing, and it was fancy to talk about this Kingsley that showed up in Enugu and put a visa somewhere off on the street and was doing Yahoo with some boys, some small boys. But yeah, it's our own Yahoo. Call it whatever you want. But the truth is that we started creating value and we started getting reward for the value we're creating. And I'm saying this to encourage somebody here. And I hope I'm doing a good job at that. So, ideas rule. When His Excellency was talking, he highlighted some of these things, but I'm not sure all of us got it. Uber is the biggest cab company in the world, but they don't own one single taxi. Alibaba is the biggest aggregator of goods in the world, but Alibaba doesn't own one single inventory. Airbnb has more rooms than Marriott, Hilton, all the hotel brands put together. Of course, Netflix. So, all these guys did was create solutions using technology. Simple solutions using technology. In fact, the real heavy lifting, if you ask me, you know what the real heavy lifting is? The real heavy lifting is in being able to distill that service, that thing, that unique thing you can do to the society that will help solve problems and create value for you. The moment you're able to make that identification, and then, of course, surround yourself with the right people, and then with the kind of ecosystem today that the governor of Enugu State and his wonderful commissioner are building for tech, you will not run short of the people you're going to run to without your idea to say, oh, I have this wonderful idea. How can you help me realize it? An idea. Just one idea. One good idea, your life is changed. So, my last few slides. Next one and the one after that, and I'm done. What I have here are some statistics of the things we've done. Genesis Tech Hub, we've trained over 4,000 people, 65% of them gainfully employed, 13% of them have very successful businesses, and 16% of them are mentors and facilitators to other people who have ideas to do the same kind of stuff. We have about 19 schools participating. By the way, what we're doing today, we're also gradually taking into the tertiary institutions and secondary schools around us. With respect to talent outsourcing, we also outsource some of these guys we've trained. In fact, in MTN, in Stanbic, in some clients, I don't want to start mentioning names here, we have hundreds of people we've trained here in Enugu working for those guys in our source capacity. We have supported about 203 startups participating in our startup support program. We have what we call Start Zone. Start Zone is an environment we've created at Genesis Tech Hub where we nurture people with ideas, providing them with all the things they need, to get that ideas to bring it to life. And then we'll spend about $850,000 investing in some of those ideas that we'll find interesting. Now, when I was preparing this slide, next slide, please, and I was looking at what you would consider key success factors or what you would consider requirements from government. Honestly, this is not me trying to sound politically correct. Of course, all of us, is either you're in Enugu or you visited Enugu, they don't need to explain to anybody what is happening in Enugu, that it is transformational. We've never had it this good. But the point is that the roads you're seeing, this beautiful place you're seeing, to me, is not even the real thing happening in Enugu. The real thing happening in Enugu are some of the soft things that their real value will begin to come out in the next 10 years. One of them, the Smart School program, a bomb. The Smart School program will change the character of Enugu for life. Imagine what it means, because there is one in my village, by the way. Imagine what it means that some guy in my village will go to primary school, go to secondary school. By the way, it is free. Eat good food, and now have access to learning materials that some people living in Lagos do not have. Imagine what will happen to the life of that young person. It's going to be transformational. Imagine what will happen to the lives of all the young people growing up in different parts of Enugu. And these are locations that were previously decoupled from what you may want to call civilization. That is the real transformation happening in Enugu. Okay? So, and that is happening because there is a government and a governor who understands that you cannot keep giving 2% of your budget to education. It is too paltry to bring about the change that is desired. So today, Enugu State government spends 33% of their budget on education. It is transformational. Imagine if that happens for the next, 2 years, next 8 years, or next 6 years. That's 2 years, 8 years in total. And Enugu State continues to spend 33% of their budget on education, producing quality people. Enugu will become the next Silicon Valley. Now, the final slide. There are quite a number. So, still talking about what has happened in Enugu. I talked about the smart schools. I talked about just one please. I talked about the smart schools. I talked about, 33% being committed to budget. I talked about I was going to talk about the fact that with all this, the governor, I went to see him recently, and we were talking. And he said, "Oh, Kingsley, by the way, I met this gentleman, Godwin. Remember the green age I talked about?" He said, "I was very excited with what the guy had to say about what they were doing in power. Anyway, I have given them a 4 billion naira contract to provide power to all the smart schools." You see, I almost was going to leap off the table. So for me, it's not that some guy that I know or a company we supported got contract. No. The tech ecosystem thrives on several things that all of them must work together for success to come. One of them is that kind of move from the governor. When a business is incubated in your state and you see something that business can do, government has capacity. Government has the kind of capacity that private individuals or corporations can't even muster. And then you give such a business 4 billion naira project. What it means is that you have reduced the need for that business to be running around looking for where to raise money. So what it means is that when other tech ideas begin to hear that the government of Enugu is friendly to tech businesses that are coming up in Enugu, this becomes a destination. And in physics, you know about resonance. There is at that point where, things resonate, when you attain the resonance frequency, where everything just works like magic and you get like, boom. That is what that will do. So, Enugu is just at a very interesting time. It's almost like that moment when you have wings under your wings, and you're soaring like the eagle. So, what we're trying to do with where we are now is to scale. So we've done some small thing as Genesis. Enugu State government is doing wonderful things, but just as a state government, we are looking for how we can work with other stakeholders and scale. And that is what the West African Stargate is all about. So the West African Stargate is essentially a framework that has been developed that is intended to take this story across the entire West Africa. And somebody will say, "Oh, why are you doing West Africa when you could have done Nigeria?" No. You see, good ideas are not geography agnostic. Good ideas can come up from Kenya as much as it can come up from Lagos or Enugu. So, when you spread, what you do is you attain scale. And you attain scale in every respect. You attain scale in terms of your reach for VCs. You attain scale in terms of your reach for good ideas. You attain skills in terms of your reach for quality training. So, as we continue to make progress with what we're doing using the West African Stargate, I hope that some of us and all of us seated here today have listened, and there are 5 people at least who will live here determined to change their lives so that they can change their mother's life and change the life of their community and change the life of Enugu State. Thank you very much.
You can do better than that. For Dr. Kingsley Eze, Tennessee. I'm sure you felt his energy. You can see Ellen DeGeneres said that the most important thing is youth. You can see that oozing. You can, please, another round of applause for him. Very quickly, I would like to call onto the stage the Group Managing Director of Afri Invest West Africa and the Board Chairman of the Enugu State Security Trust Fund. He will be speaking on unlocking local capital, how financial institutions can fuel Enugu's tech growth. Ladies and gentlemen, help me as I call on stage Dr. Ike Chioke. You can do better than that, please. He had to take off his tie. So you are in for something intellectually sumptuous. Please, another round of applause for him. I like the way he took off his tie. Reminded me of Hulk Hogan in the 80s. And just for a bit of information, we'll still hear from Obi Kubana. Please put your hands together for him. Dr. Chioke.
Thank you. It's good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished speakers. First of all, I'd like to stand on all existing protocol by thanking His Excellency the Governor for supporting this festival. I must say I was really shocked when I got here this morning to see the crowd. I never expected anything like this. I know this is a 3,000 capacity hall, and to see it filled to the brim and people in external buildings just shows the incredible work that has been done. I've been asked to speak about how tech startups can find funding. I think that's coming from the fact that my background is in finance and banking. While waiting for the guys to load up my presentation, I'll give you a bit of background. I'm from Enugu State, Obioma, Enugu, the local government to be specific. And I think my first primary school, after going to the village school at St. Teresa's, Obioma, was to go to St. Patrick's Primary School in Colcamp. So my formative years, I grew up in Colcamp in Enugu before my dad got promoted and we moved to GRA. And then the rest, as I say, is history. While at GRA, I studied at Ekulu Primary School, and from there, I got admitted to Federal Government College in Jos, and for many years traveled to Jos by rail. Yes, the Nigerian Railway was working back in those days, and also sometimes by bus, once by air when my dad wanted to reward me for a job well done in school, and then from there to Ile-Ife. The Obafemi Awolowo University was then called University of Ife. I undertook the BSc in Civil Engineering and graduated with a first class. Thank you. And from Ile-Ife, I did my NYSC in Antba, what was then Benue State, but is now part of Kogi State. After doing my NYSC, I went on to, I'm still waiting for this presentation to come on. Okay, you can still talk. I went on to joined Arthur Andersen, one of the leading accounting and audit firms back then, which was where I took my first formal job. And then from Arthur Andersen, is the presentation going to come on? Really? Okay. I think we may have a technical problem. Then I'm just going to go off script. Well, this is the first tech hub in Enugu with the theme of going from coal to code. I've been asked to speak about unlocking capital, how financial institutions can fuel Enugu's tech growth. They're having some technical difficulties loading my presentation on the screen, but to save time, I'm just going to go ahead and share with you some of the thoughts. Over the last 5 years, we've seen an interesting trend in monies raised from venture capital firms and private equity firms for tech companies across Africa. Indeed, in 2019, the total amount raised was $2.5 billion. It peaked in 2021 with a total amount raised of $6.9 billion. But since then, we've seen a gradual decline, and last year, only $3.5 billion was raised across Africa by tech companies, of which the venture capital groups contributed $2.2 billion, and then the PE firms brought in $1.3 billion. And that gives you sort of in a nutshell the opportunity for tech companies in the fundraising space. We've seen that trend of decline has also impacted Nigeria. We have the presentation on. Has also impacted Nigeria. I'm on page, let's go to page 2, please. Next page. Yes. So this is what I was trying to explain. We've seen fundraising for tech companies peak at $6.9 billion in 2021. What has declined, trying to explain, there needs to be more discernment. They need to actually investigate those ideas more carefully. And so people are not throwing money away as they used to do, as in those days. Next slide. You can see how the trend of fundraising has gone across parts of Africa. See what has come to West Africa. Specifically, in 2021, we saw $1.7 billion of fundraising. But just last year, we only saw $300 million. That just tells you that, money is getting tighter, and investors are much more discriminating. Next slide. Next slide. If you look at the composition of the funding, you can see there are different categories. Some of you may be more familiar with seed financing, Series A or Series B, or when you are now at the growth funding. But the seed stage is when you have just an idea and you think it could work, and maybe you've saved a little bit of money from some of the work you've been doing in school, or you can call on family and friends to help you. Easily something as little as 5 million naira can help you put an idea together. And that's when you are at the seed stage. Once you have actually demonstrated that what they call there's a minimum value proposition for that business, you built the framework, you can then begin to consider doing a Series A financing. And once that's beginning to run and show some traction, you get to the level of Series B, and subsequently you can then, if you're still in business, you can then start thinking about growth financing. So that sort of shows you the trend. In 2024, we saw about $2.2 billion combination of all the financings from venture capital firms in Africa for the digital economy. Next slide. The big four tech countries in Africa are Egypt, Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. And you can see, despite all the challenges we think that we have in our country, Nigeria is actually by far the biggest share in terms of attracting fundraising from the tech industry. In 2021, we saw a $1.8 billion come into the country, although it has since dropped to 410, but it's still quite a significant number. I have to say that the only country that's showing a different trend across is Kenya, where in 2021 they were just at $370 million, and as of last year, they are $640 million. So there's need for young tech entrepreneurs to come out with more creative ideas that work within the framework of the local economy that can attract the interests of venture capitalists and private equity firms. Next slide. Now, coming closer to home, you see the startup funds raised in Nigeria, as I explained, has declined from $1.8 billion in 2021 to $410 million. But still, 410 is actually more money that has gone into the tech sector than has actually come in as new capital in terms of equity capital in the Nigerian stock exchange. So that tells you how resilient and important the tech space is in terms from a fundraising point of view. Now, let's go to Enugu State. Next slide. Nigeria today boasts over 3,300 tech startups, with Lagos controlling the lion's share, over 70% of that number, with 2,352 tech startups. These statistics are as of 2024. Now, Enugu actually falls within the top 5 states that have tech startups in the country. After Lagos, you have, I think is Ibadan. No, Abuja at 168, controlling 5% share. Then Oyo State, Ibadan, 151 tech startups, 6% share. And then Enugu at 101. We are counting on you guys to continue to innovate. And we are counting on my friend Kingsley to continue to push his tech up so we can create more tech startups and attract more funding into Enugu. And this conference is certainly one way to do that. Next slide. And here we just show some of the notable tech fundraisings that happened last year. You see some of the companies you know, $110 million last year in the Series C financing. If you go to Move Mobility, they did $100 million in Series B financing. There are a few ones like Class, EduTech, just $1 million pre-seed. Cleaver, $1.5 million pre-seed. But it just shows you there's quite a dynamic market for fundraising from the tech for VCs and PE firms in the sector. Now, what is the criteria for raising money? This assumes that you have that key proposition, you have a unique idea that you can use to raise money. And that criteria will be amongst the following. Next slide. It's the revenue model you develop as well as its expected profitability. You as a founder, who are the other people around you, like your board members, the strength of your team, what is the traction and the performance metrics you've shown in terms of your business model, and what is the competitive advantage and differentiation that you can project. Those are some of the key criteria that investors will look at when you come for private equity funding. And the kind of investors that you're likely to meet. Next slide. Amongst the venture capitalists that you're likely to come into town would be who are focused on Nigeria. You have the likes of Ingressive Capital, Cree Ventures, Future Africa, Telcom Capital, Eco Venture Capital, Alethea Partners, Venture Platforms, Launch Africa, and Lofty Inc. in Capital. Quite a number of these firms have representation in Lagos or Abuja, but you can find them online and, for sure find ways to get your ideas to them. And next slide. For financial institutions who are involved in the tech fundraising space, what do we look for? How can we help? The question is many financial institutions may have startup-friendly loan products. Indeed, some of the major banks have tech funds they've made available. I know that Access Bank has a tech hub, and they actually serve as an incubator. And in some cases, you can work through them. As partnership, you can build with angel networks and co-investment platforms. Some of these partnerships, some of you are familiar with, even include crowdfunding platforms. And of course, when your business has scaled and it's more sustainable, things like convertible debt or revenue-based sharing, in which case they take a percentage of the turnover. If it's 2% or 5%, some people can fund that. And then you've got tech-focused SME desk. I mentioned that GT Bank and Access, plus what Tennessee is doing here in Enugu can be one area of accessing funding. I'll take you through some of these loan products. Next slide. If you're able to find this kind of loan products, they're usually low interest or collateral free because you really don't have the asset base as a young person. All you have is your idea, perhaps with flexible repayment schedules, which will help you overcome those barriers to entry, that you meet when you're starting up. Convertible debt would be for a company that's already a bit more established. They've gone through the pre-seed stage and they're in the Series A and B stage, would allow you to raise funds without giving up equity. Obviously, once you have an idea that is sellable, investors may want to take more than a significant chunk of your equity, and that is really what is left for you. So if you take it as a convertible debt, then it allows you to be able to pay back when the company is making cash flow or convert some of that debt to equity later. Next slide. These two talked about partnership with angel networks and SME desks at various banks. We've discussed that. Let's move on. But one key thing to note is that getting the idea right is critical, and being able to establish sort of a tech-focused hub in Enugu will help you find people who you can compare those ideas with, because it's from that point of view that you're able to see the pros and cons of those ideas and whether it's resilient enough for fundraising. And in particular is that we should not forget that government can be a big source of funding. One of the things that I find sometimes is how there are many glaring opportunities that the government has announced, but our tech sector may be focusing on some place else. I'll give you an example, and Kingsley talked about it. Alignment with government objectives and policies. Here in Enugu, the government has announced a bold and ambitious smart school program, and is already on its way to completing 260 smart schools across all the 260 wards in the state. If you guys come together and start thinking, what kind of technology, what kind of enablement would they need to run a smart school? And you focus your energy in that direction. You already have someone who is already, he's committed to the sector. Education is critical. How do we make sure we enable the governor's idea to take effect? And it needs brilliant, fresh minds to think through that carefully. Once you have an alignment, it's easier for you to actually to go to the government and say, I've developed this application that will make your job in delivering education through the smart schools more efficient, quicker, and cheaper. You certainly already have a customer. You already have an investor who can actually give you that step up that you've been looking for. So aligning your ideas to government objectives and policies can be extremely helpful. In that context, governance and regulatory compliance, obviously, you'll be critical. You need to have set up as a company that they can engage with. And, some of those experiences you can learn from your colleagues in university. I remember a lecturer at UNN came to me and asked if I could support one of the faculties by installing a solar power so they can, do their classes all through the day. At least we have the electricity for the microphones and the audiovisual equipment to work. And I said, okay, this is Faculty of Economics at UNN. What about, where's the business plan? Where is the document that says this is the capacity of solar energy you need? And so this is the size of batteries needed. These are the number of solar panels you require. And he said, no, we don't have that. He wants me to send my own team to Nsukka to do the evaluation. And I said, Prof, this doesn't make sense. And then there's already Faculty of Engineering, Electrical Engineering. All you need is for the students in economics to go to engineering and get them to do that assessment for them. And then they have a report you can give me. But for me to come from Lagos and send a team to Nsukka to find out what you need so I can pay for it shows you have not done your homework. And in the same way, the reason I underscore that point is that oftentimes people come for fundraising, but they've not looked at some basic issues around them, like the legal structure. But they have a friend as a lawyer, or, your friend as a lawyer can help you set that, clarify that one. Or if you're going to make a building, okay, you think the building is going to cost 200 million, but you have a friend that is an engineer. He will have told you that thing won't cost more than 25. So be careful to leverage on all your friends and relations who have experience. That helps you to put your plans together. Obviously, socioeconomic impact can affect what government can do. And if you do your homework, you'll be able to actually have a proper assessment of the risks that investors are looking at. So you'll be ready to respond with appropriate answers at that time. So, next slide. How can Enugu State assist tech startups? I think there are clear areas where the state is helpful. Policy shaping, enabling policies for pro-startup financial regulations, obviously giving some tax benefits. Coming out of this Tech Fest event like this, we can take some of these ideas back through the commissioner to the state. Infrastructure support, maybe public-private arrangements to develop more tech hubs. The sort of work that Tennessee has done, trained 4,000 people over a few years. We can think of how to quadruple that or go to 20 times that number, given the number of students around the university ecosystem in the state. And then lastly, co-creating an Enugu Tech investment roundtable, like what we are doing now. As more companies raise funding, they should come and share those ideas so that people can understand how they succeeded in their journey, and that will help educate other people. And the last slide of my presentation, opportunities for local capital. Next slide. Don't forget to look around you. Charity always begins at home. By the time you leave your home and forget to speak to your uncles or aunties or brothers and sisters who actually have means, if you believe you have such a great idea, try and talk to people around you. And you may find that you can unlock capital through connections. There's a saying that there's 6 degrees of separation. You are no more than 6 contacts to the most important person you need to reach. And you may need to know someone like Kingsley, but you don't have his number. But if you check amongst your circle of friends and family, you may find one or two people that know somebody that knows him. And that's how you begin to unlock your way to capital. So that will help you create localized funding strategies. We shouldn't forget the diaspora. You saw that just last year, over $20 billion was remitted by the diaspora. So even that can be a steady source of financing. You'll be looking for 2 million naira here. For somebody in America, it's just $1,200, and he can easily send it to you, and that could solve your problem to get somewhere. And of course, once we get towards a more organized structure, we can start building a state guarantee system to support some of the tech ecosystem and enable more tech startups to germinate. So on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank you for listening, and I hope, last slide, that we can take some learnings out of this. Thank you very much indeed. AfroInvest is an investment banking firm. Today, we are diversified across all sectors of the Nigerian economy, from issuing house business, where we raise money for companies and governments. We have asset management. We manage money for investors, big and small and in between. Stock brokerage. We are a member of the Nigerian Exchange, and you can trade through our apps on the Nigerian Exchange, or actually trade with our Optimus app to buy U.S. stocks right here in Nigeria. We own a fintech business called Andromeda, which has a platform, Optimus, by AfroInvest. We are the jersey sponsor for Rangers Football Club, and you might see when Rangers are playing on their jersey, you have the name AfroInvest. And I have committed to His Excellency that by the end of this year, I would have established an AfroInvest office in Enugu, and we'll be looking for young people like you to join us. So thank you very much.
Please, you can do more than that. You can do more than that. If you must know, when Dr. Ikechioke identified interest to be the official sponsor of Rangers, Rangers actually lifted Nigerian Premier League trophy for the past 30 years. So he did well. I would like you to understand that tomorrow will be panel sessions and teachings upon teachings on tech. You are also going to be afforded the opportunity to explore. I just cited the Secretary to the government of Enugu State, Professor Chidiebere Onya. Please appreciate him. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Some have asked what is my name. For those who don't know, my name is Mondi Diamond. Or people call me Odozi Obodo. Thank you. The man I want to call to the stage is a man you will always love to see. He is an expert in hospitality business. He's also making money in social media. He's also invested heavily in transportation and real estate. Owner of several clubs and lounges in Nigeria and beyond the shores of Africa. The man who has made so many men. Hence, he was called Opatozuora. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about no other person but Mr. Obinna Iyegbu, a.k.a. Obi Kubana. Continue clapping. You've clapped for Obi Iyegbu. Clap for Obi Kubana. Nwoke follows n'oge. Thank you. All right, good evening, everyone. For those who are still very patient to be here, because when I came here, the hall was packed. But looking around now, I can see some people left, maybe because of other engagements, maybe because of hunger. But next time they're organizing this kind of events, please let there be slight refreshments. Because people, I know, it's not easy to sit down here for hours listening to big English. Yeah? But, I mean, we're almost there. Let me stand on the existing protocol to address you this evening. I mean, when my younger brother and partner, Mr. Go, reached out to me and said there will be this tech seminar in Enugu, I replied him, let me look at my calendar. And then I checked and I was supposed to be in London. He stressed on the importance of me coming around to, when he mentioned that it's going to be about the youth. You know, at a point, Abmoyis in the youth. But you know, our youth, they get coconut head. But I think this is a very clean crowd. And today, you have been listening, and I know that most of you will go out here with one or two information you need to grow and you need to succeed. So I said I had to come back and go back again so I can be able to interact. And then I came here with my prepared speech and a lot, but looking at you guys today, I think I will speak from my heart. I just marshaled down some points, and I have been asked to speak on this topic, the future of wealth in our Igbo. Why Igbo business leaders must invest in technology. Every other speaker that has come and gone, they were corporately dressed, wearing suit, but me, I'm wearing a red because I didn't know it was going to be this kind of formal setting, but I love it because we have to represent the tribe. I mean, tech, like every speaker here has said, is the future. I remember I was gisting somebody some other time. I said, when the first time I went on honeymoon, that was like 17 years ago with my wife, we noticed that at the business class cabin of the flight, there were mostly Arabs there. When we got to shop at Old Bond Street then, you go to Burberry, you go to Gucci, you go to all these places, you could see the Arab women covering their faces, spending money. And you will be calculating exchange rate, and they'll be spending a lot of money. Fast forward to today. If you enter any flight right now, you see a particular type of people, the Chinese. Go to the most expensive parts of the world right now, the Chinese. They have taken over. Why? Because of tech. The tech is the future. And for us in Anibo, there is a problem that we have been trying to solve, which is transfer of wealth from one generation to the next generation. Growing up, we had a lot of people, rich people, or people who we thought were rich. Lines of businesses, chains of businesses. And then the moment the person passes, you notice that the business fizzles away. Everybody, I don't know how they do that. Now, with tech, I mean, that's one thing called the globe is a revolving, it's revolving, and you have to catch up with time so that the world do not leave you behind. I'll tell you guys a very interesting story about time, taking opportunities,
and then keying in. When we were growing up, my parents had 2 vehicles, 504. We had a mechanic then. His name was Emagriza. Fantastic mechanic. He was doing amazing things. And as time passed by, other cars started coming to Nigeria. You could start seeing the Belgian vehicles trooping into Nigeria, Japanese vehicles, and our mechanic, Emma, was still doing Peugeot. Some other people went out to go and learn about these new things coming in, and then so that they could know how to move with time. And then our mechanic kept on doing Peugeot. The Peugeot in Obaden, they were reducing in number. You could notice that every day you can't find them. You could see Flatboot taking over, Opel taking over, Nissan Sunny taking over. Our mechanic was doing Peugeot until at a point there was not a single Peugeot in Oba. So each time you passed there, you could see him sitting down. Say, how is it? You respond, how can Njafia not bore you when you refuse to grow with time, to move with time? So this is tech o'clock. And as Ndafibo, we should find a way to factor in this moving trend. I know it's been there. When Chief Leo Frank was talking, you could say he has been in the business 40 years. It's a very long time, 4 decades. But it is still a new thing. It's still a very green untapped area because it's multi. It has a lot of channels we can key into. We should be able to find a way to factor in our wealth, however little it is, to take, to be able to move with time. Leo said he did not study tech. I think he read economics. Me, I read political science. But I am a master of every business. Trust me. Okay? So you must not actually be grounded on tech for you to be part of it. We created a game called Hammer Games. And I will tell you for free, it's the best game ever produced by an African. Ugo and the team here, when they came, and then me, I was like, let's make a phone. I have this dream. Let's own this phone, made by young Africans, developed by young Africans. We grow it. We have the platform. Ugo looked at me and said, yes, this sounds very good, but everybody is doing this. Let's do something everybody is not doing. And then he came up with these Hammer Games. Fantastic. The features are one of one. And then if you play, like we've taken it across the world in Nigeria, and people who have rated this say, this is world class. What am I trying to say? I did not sit back and say, I'm into hospitality and entertainment. What business do I have with tech? I had to key in because the world is revolving. The world is revolving. It's not what is fashionable today that will be fashionable tomorrow. So there are lots of ways we can make this to be part of us. In Ali, what I'm talking about right now. And in here, there are a lot of Elon Musk here, there are a lot of Jeff Bezos, and there are a lot of Obi Kubana here in this crowd. So, I know everybody will be talking about startup capitals. I mean, the experts have spoken about it. But I will tell you that the most powerful asset you need to possess for you to be able to have access to funds, help, or anything is integrity and credibility. Once you have these 2 assets, I'm telling you, there are a lot of people who are there looking out to where to invest. A lot of people here, your brains are hot. I mean, you carry a laptop. If somebody somewhere can sit down in Nigeria and be on a system and you convince somebody who you have never seen, you've never had a visa to go abroad, and you're able to use a God-given talent to take money from somebody's account into another person's account, I believe that same gift, you can use it to build generational wealth. The other one is transient. Money will come, money will go. But you can build something that's going to outlive you, that's going to outlive your own generation. And then this is what I call the power of powerful collaborations. The fact that you have this does not mean you have that. Okay? So you guys can come together and say, okay, this one has the power or the knowledge to build. This person has the knowledge to improve. This person has the knowledge to disseminate and everything. I mean, you guys come together and collaborate. All these other big companies, even what do you call it? Elon Musk. There are a group of people behind him. He's not just there. He's just like the maybe he comes up with the ideas and everything. So here we are all we have. I'm Abundibo. And it's a call on everybody to come up with what you can have. Growing up, we had stories about during the war, how our people were able to make Obunigwe, able to make bunkers out of nothing, to make some, to refine red oil, to fly aircrafts. I mean, that means the gift is already in us. We have it in us to do certain things. The environment might be harsh, the environment might be hostile, but we have it in us. And I want us to channel the energy to positive doings. You can channel the energy to positive doings. You don't need to take from somebody to be able to live the kind of lifestyle you know you cannot be able to sustain. Okay? We every day, yes, I know some of you might say so, some of us do things, but we have to keep the culture going. And we have to show you that we do not pluck the money from the tree. This is what we do every day. The records are there. For the past 2 decades, we've been grinding, no sleep, no rest. And then you can also do the same and then do way bigger than us. Why this tech is also very important, and which I try to tell some of my friends who are doing some kind of conventional businesses, I say that the Gen Zs of today, the Gen Alphas and everybody, they might not be interested in the kind of business we are doing today. You know, those days, there's what we call one boy apprenticeship. I mean, you have to stay a whole 5-7 years with a master to learn the trade. And then they settle you, start your own shop. I mean, nobody is patient anymore. People do not want to follow that route. What they do right now is things, I mean, the kind of thing that bring money right now might not be the kind of thing that used to bring money decades ago. So it's left for people who have actually made this world to say, how do I protect this world? How do I keep this legacy in the family? How do I multiply this thing so that my children can actually take it from there? Because the kids we said are brought today might not come back. My kids might not come back to come and do this Kubana thing I'm doing. They said, Daddy, what are you talking about? I have my own plans in life. Okay? So for the people who have the opportunity, I mean, there are young brains here who have it in here, but don't have it in the pocket. They need all the support. As long as what they are doing is genuine, as long as whatever they are doing is legitimate, we can create generational wealth. It doesn't have to be, you don't really need to be a tech guru for you to invest or to make great impact in tech. I mean, and then you don't have to keep the knowledge that God has given you. Come out and say, this is what I have been able to do. I need help. How can we move this into reality? A lot of people die with their dreams, big dreams. Startup is the greatest problem. Startup capital is the greatest problem we have here. Nobody listens to you. But once you are doing it, you see offers from left, right, and center because they know that whatever investment they are doing with you is safe. Nobody wants to take the initial risk. So, but if you have something that you are convinced that I have developed this, every day you see on my DP, people, DM, I have this app, I have this app, I have this. It's not only app you guys have to develop. There are a lot of things to be developed. There is the health sector. There is the gaming sector. There is the, even in farming, right now, it's everything about tech. If it's about farming, when we started this our business right now, you used to count money manually, everything. Until they said there was something called POS. And then today with POS, I can tell you, you can do an entire business from Fridays to Sunday. On Monday, you can do turnover of 5 million, 10 million naira, and you don't have up to 100,000 naira cash. Everything is right now like. So people actually sat down to invent this kind of things. I sat down with a team of guys yesterday for Money Point, and they were analyzing to me the growth of the company, you'll be amazed. You'll be amazed at what Money Point has been able to do. You'll be amazed at the kind of numbers they were churning out last night. And I say this money is not even up there, it's under here, because they're able to reach to the market women, to the villages, and then tell you, okay, take this POS, collect your money. Those other big banks might not be able to have the patience to go and do all those things. So there are a lot of opportunities down there, mid-class, up there, for people to make. So what have you been able to build? What have you been able to develop? What are you working on? The fact that it does not work today does not mean it will not work tomorrow. It can work. You persevere. You keep pushing. Have that patience. Keep pushing. And then pray. Because help can come from anywhere. Especially unexpected quarters. The person you might be looking up to, that this your Messiah, might not actually be there for you on the last day. But as far as you solidly know what you have developed, and then you are confident that when you are called to come and defend the project you have done, you will stand before everybody and defend it. I mean, people will take interest. I'm sure that by the time we leave here, some of you guys will have interactive session with a lot of people, and then they will listen to your ideas. What have you built? What can you build? What can you do? Nothing is self-free on this earth. And I know for you guys to have spent your time to be here, that means you either want to give or to learn. Either you want to show the world what you have done, or you want to learn more to add to what you can do. So I believe that nobody here will leave here the same by the time we are done with all this, because I've seen, by the time I came in, the people that spoke before me, tech gurus, great minds, people who have made it in life, and I said, no, I can't compete on this topic. Let me deviate and then do more of motivational speaking today. So, because the youth of every nation is the future of that particular nation. I remember those days we used to, every Monday go to my page, I talk about their youth. You might think they are not listening. They are taking one or two things from us. Every move we make, every step we take, people are understudying you. There are people who believe in you that 2 days they don't hear from you, they are worried. What has it got to do? So, this is an opportunity of people coming to meet people who can sit down together, work on things together, come up with great idea, and then develop humanity. Everything we are using today, including the screen, including the microphone, including the handsets we are using today, people sat down to develop them. Poetry, hospitals, whatever it is. There are areas you can play on. There are areas you can play. There are areas you can contribute. Okay? In those days, I mean, once they ask you what course do you want to read, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a lawyer. These days, even if it's a hairstylist, there are things you have to apply for it to move you from one point to the other. We started, if I tell you how I started, well, some of you know my story. From a garden, you can call it Mama Put. But here we are today because of focus. Because I know where I'm going to. Okay? So, and then you mustn't be stuck on one particular trade because this is your area of specialization. You can move. Tech is calling. Tech is calling. And I know that most of you guys most of you ladies here, you have one or two to offer. To me and to us in Igbo, this is Tech O'Clock. Ekenemono.
Tech is calling, tech is moving, and this is Tech O'Clock. That was from Obi Kubana himself. Please appreciate him once more. Thank you. A very nice one. Why some of you are paying the price to listen to men who have made it in life. Some people are outside this vicinity taking selfie. That is another side of life. Obi Kubana has a partner. Both of them call themselves investor and investee. Educational background brought them together because Obi Kubana is an alumnus of UNN. And the next man is also an alumnus of UNN. The difference is age gap, but both of them understand each other very, very well. But before I forget, the former Vice Chancellor of the University of Nigeria and Nsukka is here, Professor Benjamin Ozumba. Please appreciate him. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow will be a very important day you can't afford to miss because of the things that are to be done tomorrow. Let me not bother you much. Let me invite the young man that created Hammer Games, the young man that created Zen Finance, the young man that has made name and created an app that came first in an exhibition done in far away, Far East. I'm talking about a proud son of Igbo land, an alumnus of UNN, Mr. Ugochukwu Aronu, first principal engineer. Continue clapping. He's your mate. Olubeo 50. Oh, bye. Movement get change, you go, my man.
Good evening, everybody. I'm very happy to be here, and I promise not to take your time. Standing on existing protocols, I'm super excited. Why this building first is so dear to me, because I studied in Federal Government College in Enugu. I was born here in Enugu. Anyway, so I studied in Federal Government College in Enugu, I think between 2004 and 2010. And that was when, this place was built. And we always wanted to see it open, but it never opened. And you can imagine from then till now, right? So I really want to thank His Excellency, although he's not here, he's in absentia. I want to thank him for being able to do this amazing work. I've been able to brag, because most times people are always like, Ugo, what are you still doing in Enugu? Right? And I'm like, look, I love this place, but apart from that, with the governor we have, he gives me hope. I don't really care so much about politicians, but after speaking with His Excellency when he got in, I was very impressed. I wasn't talking to a politician, I was talking to a businessman, someone who understood how I thought as a business person as well, and as a tech entrepreneur. So I really love that. And the people in his cabinet reflect him. And there's nothing as good as having people who work with you, reflect you, and carry your vision. So without any further ado, I would like to first state that my background is in engineering. I studied in the University of Nigeria and Nsukka, Federal Government College, Enugu, International Nursery and Primary School in Transekulu. So I've been here all my life. Although, I'm from Anambra State, but we are all one and the same. And over the years, people have referred to Enugu as a civil service state. And that thing has always, hit me over time, even if I'm in Nigeria or outside Nigeria. Just like, Dr. Obi Kubana just said that he had to come back from London for this event. Actually, I was supposed to be in America tomorrow morning, but I had to travel. I had to block I had to move my flight right to the end of the month. And the reason I did that was, if someone like Obi can bring back his own flight, come in, who am I, right? And looking at what the government has done, I'm like, no, I'll be here for the next 3 days. So seeing us move, thank you. So seeing us move from a civil service state, quote unquote, to where we are now is a miracle, really. And although miracles are, in this case, done by men, I'll give you like a small example. When people say, okay, we're a civil service state, then the next thing is, oh, these guys are complacent. They are very laid back. Well, younger. It's a gold mine for anybody who wants to build anything substantial, especially in the tech space. So I leveraged on that, and then we started building different businesses. So just to quickly go out, over them. First, I think back then we built Zen Finance. Like a lot of people know, we're a DeFi company, we're a crypto or blockchain company. And we got backed by the biggest investors in this space, like Binance and Google. Then moved ahead, we built Google that handles food delivery. It's been running here in Enugu for over 8 years now. And built Whitecrypt that a lot of people use. Whitecrypt, for example, is in over 100 cities and in over 35 countries in the world with more than 1,900 of our hardware. Why that is really interesting is that before now, like people keep saying, the Chinese, we actually just adopt software or hardware from China. Now we're building that from Enugu and shipping to China. China has about 500 of our devices working there in real time. So we're now exporting the technology from Enugu to other parts of the world. And just like the MC said, in 2023, we were number one in the world, building the best operating system for hardware like routers. And we were number one, and we got a grant of $150,000 from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And the grant wasn't the important thing. It was actually what came afterwards. I won't be able to mention now, but one of the biggest telcos in Africa, by telcos, I know you guys know MTN, Glo, yeah. So one of them, which is actually the biggest in Africa, gave us a contract that nobody has received in Africa before to build their new 5G operating system after we had done it. And it wasn't a very nice thing for other people, because before now this was being done by the Chinese. All the routers you use, your MiFi, they are all built in China. The operating systems are done in China. So when that contract was being given to us, it was a battle, but the team said, look, there's a law in Nigeria called local content. That's also why policies matter. So they said, because there's a law called local content, we need to, and this company has proven to be able to deliver at this level, we have to give it to them. And yes, we actually delivered. At some point, the guys from China, they called me, we had a separate meeting, they were like, look, that what we have is better than what they have, and that they would like to work with us to even, ship it to other service providers they work with. So these things were done from where? From Enugu State. Moving forward, like Obi Kubana mentioned, when we spoke about Hammer Games early on, it was something that didn't really, the conversation just came up, like he mentioned that he wanted us to do something. And I mentioned gaming. Why? Because video games are things that almost everybody here might have played or is playing one. Even older people, right? I'm sorry, my dad, he came here during the course of the event, but he had to leave. I really wish he were here to the end, but then because he was bitter, he's much older, but he just stepped in and left. Even people like my dad, my mom, they come across games, they engage, right? And the problem with gaming is that video games are really hard to make. And because they're really hard to make, you see that most people from this part of the world don't even engage. Now, Nigerians alone spend over $300 million every year playing video games. And this money goes to China, it goes to the United States, it goes to Europe. That's what we spend. Although people say that Nigerians don't have money, but trust me, they have money to play games, right? And with this, video games actually generate, the market is almost 0.5 trillion or $500 billion annually. And I looked at it, I'm like, look, there's a market here. A lot of people are not doing this. Why don't we go ahead and do it, right? And that's how we started. And I'm sure some of you must have seen some trailers playing behind. I don't know if you guys can play it. All those things were built here in Enugu by people like you. I'll give you some small background. The current lead engineer across our game companies, the one that is currently leading, we hired him when he was in like second year from university, Unizik, that's Nnamdi Azikiwe University, right? And he was an engineer then, studied electronics engineering, but working on this game company. And that's how even another lead engineer that we hired just also graduated from Unizik. He's actually doing his NYSC now. And these guys are building things that are being used by people in different parts of the world. If you feel like experiencing, we have a hall there where you can go. There's a gaming competition. Go and experience it. So why I'm saying this is that for young people here, there is nothing really you want to do that you can't do. And I think, just in closing, one other thing that excites me about the crop of people we have in Enugu are not just because they are from they go to universities here, but the type of minds that we have. About 3 years ago, someone reached out to me. His name is Ugo, to Mr. Ugo. We wanted to do something different because we always like to do things that other people are not doing, honestly speaking. So he reached out to me and we were speaking, and we said, okay, we want to start a research lab. Now, it's not the common thing that a lot of people hear because research doesn't necessarily give you money quickly. But then, in the past 3 years, I know we've invested more than $200,000 in running this lab, trying different experiments. But let me just, I have a small thing to sort of show. So I know this might be small, but it's a Tiger battery. How many of you know of Tiger batteries you use in your maybe remote control? So this Tiger battery I have here, right? A lot of us have been using it since we were little, right? So this battery is made from things like, zinc, manganese. You mine them from the ground. And when you mine them from the ground, it degrades the earth. It causes a lot of environmental harm. But over the years, one of our researches has been around biobatteries, like a separate form of power or energy from the ground up, building from the first principles. And we've been able to conduct over 2,500 different experiments or chemical combinations from plants and different things alike. And we've been able to even build a battery that surpasses this from ground up. Although it's still in the final phases of the experiment or research, but this is something that causes a paradigm shift in technology, in innovation, in science. Things like these are things that somewhat redefine what we see. Just like people see space technology from Elon Musk. Yes, it's not new, but there's a lot of rebuilding from ground up. And that's what we've done with power. It's still in progress, but these are the minds that are behind this are sitting here. They are just like you, very young people, and also very talented people. One thing one of the speakers mentioned is the collaboration between universities and academia and the regular tech institutions. I spent a few months in Europe sometime last year, spent about 10 days in Finland. How many of you know of Nokia? You've heard of Nokia? So I was at the university that created Nokia, right? And it was really interesting. These guys had zero knowledge on technology. Finland is known for, cutting wood and all that. But the university lecturers decided to go into this when a company approached them. And they made Nokia. And Nokia alone transformed the whole of Finland. The type of money that made from that is incredibly insane. And now, you would see those schools. While I was there, I saw Huawei's headquarters, their office inside the school. I saw some other big companies having their offices in the university. What does it mean? It shows that there is a strong relationship between academia and the industry, and it would help us to scale. So even in our research lab, we've been able to try and communicate with people in UNN to try and see, okay, where are areas we can even help with your research or they can help with ours. So because I know there are so many students here. As students here, you shouldn't be bothered so much about, how would you make the next 1 billion naira in the next maybe 1 minute, because, get rich quick schemes are everywhere. What you should be thinking about is how would you spend time to really apply yourself, even in the university. Times are changing. Things are not the same as they used to be. So it's very interesting and it's very essential for us to try as much as possible to engage our minds, and not just for a short period of time, because there's this illusion that once I do what this man is doing in 6 months, I have people ask me, Ugo, maybe can I do this thing in 6 months? Can I learn this thing in 3 months? If I do it now, can I start maybe driving this car? Can I buy this thing? And I'm like, it doesn't work that way, right? It's something that you need to actually commit. Forget about all those things. Even till today, some people ask me some questions, or maybe, why are you not driving this type of car? And I look at it and in my mind, I'm like, look, that's not the problem. We have fundamental things to sort out. And when we sort it out, like Kingsley said, delayed gratification, it helps. When Kingsley has showed the trajectory for valuation of companies, if you guys remember, the difference in time was 20 years. I'm sure there are people here who are not up to 20 years. So the difference in time was 20 years. Tesla, SpaceX, Microsoft is 48 years old, or maybe 49 this year. I'm not even close to 40, right? So you look at some of these things and you ask yourself, if people sit down, okay, Leo Saneke did it for 40 years. Like Obi Kubana said, for the last 2 decades, 20 years. When young people understand that things take time, you see that you to disassociate your mind from the quick, and immediate returns. What you need is that level of consistency. And just to end my talk, I'll just make a charge to the government. I believe that, I can see Professor Onya here. Welcome. And I'm very happy we have, and also the Honorable Commissioner. One thing I can say is this. For people to really develop, there has to be a part they would play, and also the government. Like, what the government is doing now is so amazing, with education, with setting up halls like this, with the roads, with different infrastructure, and also with power. I have never turned on my notifications on any politician before, except someone like Peter and Peter Obi. But Peter's notification, anytime he tweets something, I'm always taking a look at it, because he's always doing even much more than expected. So I would just like to encourage the government to keep up and keep at it. And it's also good for people who are building, the business people. The government might not be able to do everything now. Actually, the government is a young government. That's how I refer to them. While I was in Finland, there's something they told me, like, the Finnish government funds up to $100,000 or 100,000 euros for startups registered in Finland. And yes, you might want to come back here and be like, why are we not doing it here? But you'd realize that there are so many factors that might affect it. But as someone who is also in the business world, I also see business people. Sometime I was in America, and there was this, before COVID, I heard on the radio in California then that, what's his name? Mark Zuckerberg built 1,000 units for people having housing problems, because in California there are so many homeless people. So you see that even as a business person, you can contribute to the government. So when you also think in that direction, you know that, yes, you have your own role to play. But also for the government in what they're doing, it's really essential that they keep at it. There's something, His Excellency, Dr. Peter Ndubisimbo always talks about, and it's the hyperscale data center. That one is dear to me. I wish you were here. But why it's dear to me is that annually, as our group of companies, we spend more than $300,000 on data center costs. And this money goes to the United States. Honestly, it's painful. It goes to America. Every month you're getting debit. And you're seeing it's going to San Francisco. It's going to San Francisco. It's going to Google and all these other guys. But if we could have those data centers situated here, it will allow younger people to innovate. It will cost us a fraction of that cost, and we're more than happy to pay. So these are the types of things that government can do heavy liftings for startups or companies, right? And from our projection, let's say in the next 5 years, we should maybe be consuming up to $5 million annually. If you're not making that money, your business is going to shut down. And that's the truth. So it means that these are different things that the government can help subsidize. Also, accessing licenses. Now we're talking about blockchain and crypto. The United States of America, Donald Trump has it here. Everything he's doing in the tech space is Bitcoin, crypto. But here, we can actually have similar trends, because these guys see things early, but at times we play catch up. Blockchain companies here have been applying for licenses for God knows when. And these are things some other countries help their startups do. Access licenses easily. So helping companies in the gaming space, in the crypto space, or difficult industries to access licenses is also another thing. Someone I respect a lot is Elon Musk. There's something Elon always says that I think it's possible, I'm quoting him now, right? I think it's possible for ordinary people to choose to be extraordinary. A lot of us might come into this place thinking that we're ordinary people. But from my own background, actually started out in quotes like every other ordinary person. I've seen that by choosing to be extraordinary, it's self-evident. And I encourage all of you here today that as I have chosen to be extraordinary, you also do the same. Thank you.
I'm sure you can do better than that. I wish his father were here to see him. His father must be gushing. I want to sing a little song. I'm a proud Enugu man now. Just join me in that song. It's going to be very short. Cold city, no place like cold city. Join me. Cold city, no place like cold city. Come on, come on, come on. Cold city, no place like cold city. Thank you. I'm going to appeal to Mr. Gochukwu Arono and Chief Obinna Iyebu. So I am appealing to you to also cascade all the things you have to say on my program. I run a program on TV, Afia TV. It's owned by an Igbo man, since we are supporting Southeast. So if you can make an appearance, just for 30 minutes at 7 p.m. Biko. Oh? Yes. Please put your hands together for him. He agreed. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to recognize the presence of the Secretary to the Enugu State Government. And before I continue, remember that tomorrow, the event resumes at 9, so please be here early. And when we finish here, feel free to go to the booths and to the other pavilions where there are exhibitions, especially for the Hammer Games by Obi Kubana. So it's my pleasure to invite the Secretary of the Enugu State Government, Professor Chide Beronia, for the government's vote of thanks. Please put your hands together for him. You can do that a little more. So when we finish from here, we'll move around in the booths and the rest. Thank you. SSD, sir.
Please sit down. The Honorable Commissioner for Innovation, Science and Technology, Honorable Dr. Lawrence Eze, all government officials here present, the facilitators, our partners, innovators that are here present, and tech community members, our investors, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. So I'm going to try to say the good evening again, and hopefully I'll get a response. Can I try the good evening again? Okay, so I'll start with investors, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Thank you so much. As we close the first day of this landmark event, the maiden edition of the Enugu Tech Festival, it is impossible not to have been moved by the sheer energy, passion, and determination that I have witnessed in the few hours I sat here today. I want to say something that is really important to me, and I hope most of you are paying attention. I want to say that the Honorable Commissioner for Science, Technology, and Innovation is a complete example that nothing is impossible. The Honorable Commissioner for Science, Technology, and Innovation is a complete example that nothing. Thank you. So we have gathered here merely to celebrate the technology that we have, but that's not the only reason that we're here. We're also here to ignite a movement. I listened to the last speaker, Ugochukwu. I listened to Obi Kubana. I listened to the other gentleman that spoke ahead. And what they have all charged is a movement that can ignite a group of young people, and not so young people, to key into a process that is going on globally now that will help us sustain the wealth that we create in Africa. This movement will challenge the notion that innovation can only thrive elsewhere. Ugochukwu has shown that we can do that, have homegrown innovation that will become a global phenomenon. The funding that we need, the support that we need, and we look for outside the borders. For our brightest minds, we can begin to look inward where some of our investors, some of our business people can begin to diversify in their business and invest in that area. Today, we break the cycle. Today, Enugu State will stand tall. And today, we will say to the world, like I've heard most people say here, we are ready to be engaged in this technology business that can change and bring solutions for humanity. Enugu has a long history for strength. This is not a new thing for us. We have a long history for resilience. We also have a long history of being vision bearers. Our history is rooted in industry. Most of you that are here are young, but there was a time Enugu was known for our coal mines helping power industries globally. Our civil service that was well respected for the quality of governance that we delivered. But today, we stand boldly also in a new era. Our movement from coal has gone now to coding. So we're talking about algorithms that are built to solve the solutions that would to solve the problems of humanity. The digital revolution we're talking about today is going to help us position our city as West Africa's technology epicenter. That is what we hope to take away from this event. We are no longer just participants consuming every technology from outside the world. The young Ugochukwu pointed out some data. Over $500 billion in a sector, in a market that is looking for new entrants. We're no longer going to be observers. We are going to be participants in this global innovation. And we will step in there as architects of solutions that can solve problems. The Enugu Tech Fest has reinforced that our ecosystem is thriving. Our youths are brimming with potential, and our government is committed to nurturing the talents and enterprise that will define our future. Through the Enugu Tech Fest and the West Africa Stargate initiative, we are not simply talking about growth. We are investing in it. I'm going to give you a few points. $50,000 seed capital for 30 startups. If you're not clapping, I will reduce it to 5,000. Employment creation for 2,000 youths. Training and empowerment for 5,000 tech professionals. A dedicated angel investment fund. Strategic partnership with investors, institutions, and industry leaders. In Enugu State, we are laying the groundwork for a future where dreams do not die due to a lack of opportunity, where innovation is not stifled by inadequate support, and where talents are recognized, nurtured, unleashed to change the world. Sitting in this room are talents that we are hoping to support, that we are hoping that the support we give them will unleash a new era of innovators. And we're also hoping that in this room are going to be industry leaders That's what Enugu State government is going to invest in the next couple of years under Dr. Peter Ndubuisi to see that it thrives. But beyond the figures and initiatives, what has truly defined this festival is the people. I listen to the people that are here, all of you sitting, the thinkers that are here, the doers that have shared what they've done, the risk takers that put in their money, like the first speaker talked about. Very few businesses want to expose their funds to risk when there hasn't been a track record of success. The risk takers that are here, who have gathered here to dream with us in Enugu State today. Together, we believe that we can do the unimaginable if we continue this momentum. To every founder that is here, every builder, every investor, and every visionary, this movement belongs to all of us. It belongs to you. It belongs to all of us. The work ahead will not be easy. It's never easy. People have talked about a 20-year journey, a 40-year journey. The journey is not going to be easy. But pioneering, like we know from history, is never easy. But let us live here knowing that the foundation has been laid and that we stand at the beginning of something extraordinary. I challenge you today, everybody sitting here, both the investors, the young people, take what you have learned, nurture the relationships that you have built, and turn today's conversation into tomorrow's solution. Indeed, as the governor, Dr. Peter Ndubuisi, will say, our tomorrow is here, and we will rise up again together. God bless you. Long live Enugu State. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much.
Now, no Professor Cole. Obi Kubana, onye ọbụla na-akpọ gị afa. Hi. Thank you, Professor Chidiebere Onya, Secretary to the Government of Enugu State. While you are standing, let's take on national anthem. DJ, get ready, please. Tomorrow, you've heard from the SSG, empowerment. It's going to be detailed. It's going to be intentional about it. Chukwu, my friend, can I see you? Another big thing that is coming to Africa is 9th Marketplace. It's an app that will wow you and go into African markets. DJ, if you're ready for national anthem, we are ready. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Everyone wearing ETF shirt should come outside to take a group photograph. Okay?
You can also move to the exhibition stand, where you will see so many things that will wow you. Honorable Ikechukwu Bago, Onyejigu, I saw you. Ebuka Batoromioko, NYSN Chairman Enugu State. You're welcome. Echi kanga adashi mmadụ ego. Mgbe ahụ na-ama na mụ abịa m si ji ego. Honorable Commissioner for Science and Tech, thank you. Thank you for doing this. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. Fine.